because I was so focused on my second screen, which I thought I was sharing. And then, no, there's no Teams meeting. What happened? And then on LinkedIn, I saw that my moderator was asking me 15 minutes or so if I come back, if there's something wrong, and so on. So I was talking to my screen for 30 minutes without knowing this. And when I came back, then they already found a solution and another speaker was speaking. But since this moment, I'm always checking, okay, are you in the right meeting? How do you see that something gets broken or so? Was really nervous following the event. So
Oh. So somebody put you on already?
sorry?
Me? So you're live.
I'm live.
You're live.
So I can start, yeah? So I'm really curious if there's some people who will find the way to the room during the session, so it gets a little bit noisy. But I would say we are nearly in time. I start. And if somebody else comes down there and has some questions regarding the topics we already covered, then maybe we will find a solution, I'm pretty sure. So, welcome. I want to talk about collaborative apps. So I called my session How to Enjoy Hybrid Work with Collaborative Apps. And hybrid work, we already heard something in the keynote about the challenges. I also brought some challenges here with me as well. So maybe we'll see if there are some topics which aren't already covered. But before I start, I think you will see the slide quite often today. I want to thank our sponsors, because without sponsors, events like this one aren't possible. And it's not on this slide, but we also have to thank the organizers. So they're doing a lot of stuff. There's so many tasks to be done in the background. We don't know about this when an event is really good. So thank you to them as well. And a short introduction, maybe you know me. If you don't know me, then my name is Nicole Enders. My job title in my company is a managing consultant, and oh, surprise, surprise, it's about Microsoft 365 and Azure. But I call myself a workplace technology scout. So I like to check new stuff, or I want to learn if a new tool or a new service can help us. And that's always the time that I say, okay, so Beaver's there, or Loopit there, or whatever. And I'm the first one in my company who tries to find other people and say, okay, let's check if this is working for a special use case. And as you can see here also, I'm a fan of nearly every fantasy stuff. So I'm a Lord of the Rings fan. I love Game of Thrones, Harry Potter and whatever. And I also love traveling. And I combined this. So I had to travel to New Zealand. It's now more than 10 years ago I was there. And I needed to find the locations where the movies are made. And then I'm standing there, I'm thinking about this scene or this scene. I love to check out how everything is working. And I like to try new stuff, so bungee jumping and so I also did. And this was checking out something or being curious. That's one thing which is also in my business life. So every time I want to check new stuff. I brought here my favorite Twitter, LinkedIn handles, so my hashtags. So it's all about modern workplace. And if you look on Microsoft 365, then I have a focus on Microsoft Teams and on the Power Platform. And if you combine both, so business applications and collaboration, then we are talking about collaborative apps. So our topic for today. So, and if we talk about collaborative apps, we need to take a step back. So why do we need collaborative apps? We need collaborative apps for hybrid work. You can do this if you are sitting in the same office, but for hybrid work, that's a really good solution. And if we talk about this guy here at the top left corner, I think in the keynote we also heard something about frontline workers. He is a frontline worker, so he has no office, or maybe he's not sitting quite often in the office. And he needs to have a solution how to collaborate with other people who are sitting in the office. Or maybe they are also at a different location. So he is standing there. I can imagine this person quite good, because at this moment we are moving our headquarters from one city to another. And this building where we will move in, built completely new, so it's from scratch. And we have people there who are standing there and checking, okay, is everything fine? When can we move right there? What needs to be prepared? And they maybe have a smartphone or a tablet, but they don't have a real PC, because it doesn't make sense for them. And if you don't find a solution to collaborate with all the different employee types, then it can be really hard. So, for example, my father is working in a production environment, and he also tells me when he comes back from work, said, okay, there are the people at the top floor. They're thinking about what we should do, but they have no clue what we are doing. And every time when we have to communicate with each other, they print something and I get some paperwork to do. And then later on I say, okay, I sign it, and then they get it back. But we don't find a good solution about our business processes. That's no collaboration. I said, yes, maybe we'll find a solution for you. Yeah, and so we have a lot of frontline workers right there who have challenges. But we also have those people who are standing there. Before the pandemic, that was my usual business. So I was going to the office and everybody of my colleagues was there. Maybe not everybody, because I know as I started in my company, there was already one person who was living far, far away. So also here in Germany, but far away, so he couldn't go to the office every day. And then we had meetings, so everybody was sitting in the meeting room, and we had one phone call. So that was the time before video conferencing and so on. And then you had this voice, which was from offsite, and maybe you know at the beginning of the meeting that this person is there. But after a few minutes, you forget about him, and then you're talking to each other, and then, oh, there's the voice from the off. Wait, what about him? And then they said, okay, that's not real good collaboration. So he was the first remote worker in our company, but it wasn't working really good, because we were thinking about everybody we can see. So collaboration also means that we need to see each other, we need to be aware of each other. Yeah, and it's in a hybrid world, the next challenge we have. So we had this in the pandemic, that everybody was moving to the home office. So that was a good way. So you had those Teams meetings, you see everybody, or you have this bubble if the person doesn't activate his camera. And now you have the mix. You have people who are in the office, and you have maybe a good screen, and you have all the devices you need to work together, but everybody needs to be equal to collaborate in a right way. So it's in your life, because maybe some of the persons who are working from home is sitting here at the kitchen table, because I don't know why, but maybe he doesn't have a complete separate room at home, so he's sitting there. He has another challenge, because maybe the kids are there, or there are multiple persons at home, and then you hear somebody in the background and you don't know who it is. And I'm one of the persons who ask every time, who does I hear in the background? Can you tell me what about this person? Yeah, and so I'm more the office girl, but I know that a lot of people love working from home or have to work from the customer office. And with this mix, we can say everybody has a complete different challenges, complete different situation, and we need to find a solution so that it fits for everybody. And maybe collaborative apps can help us. So if I think about my first thought about collaborative apps, yes, you have the word collaboration in there, so you need more than one person. I cannot collaborate with myself because I have no enough voices in my head. But if I think about collaboration in a way as we had this guy on the previous slide at the top left corner who's working from outside or he's traveling a lot of. So maybe collaboration is something different for him as for me. So maybe he's standing there at a location and he needs some help, maybe for a machine. Think about my father in the production. He sees that a machine is not working and he needs help from somebody at the top floor. Yeah, maybe this person could come here in the production area, but sometimes that's not possible for him. Maybe that's a person who's working from home. And then think about that, yes, I know that's a virtual reality device, but this can be a HoloLens or whatever. So maybe a person can see through your eyes and can collaborate with you. So my father will get some help. Okay, I mark you the place where you have to adjust the machine. Could be a collaborative app. If you go a little bit back, then the collaborative app can also be in Teams. And we will see a few examples about this. So it's all about tools to support us to work together and to collaborate with others. And I brought 3 categories here with me. So the first one are the collaborative apps which are already there, which are out of the box. And maybe we don't know about that they are called collaborative apps, because that's a huge buzzword out there. So here, okay, a collaborative app there and there and there. And maybe you think that these apps need to be developed, but they are already here. So I will talk about this out of the box apps. We will also talk about the seamless integration between different Microsoft 365 services like Dynamics and Teams. You could also talk about Office and Teams or Office and Dynamics, so you can combine this in every direction. But I selected the example with Dynamics and Teams. And last but not least, I also want to talk a little bit about how to develop your own collaborative app. Because if you get an idea what's already there and what Microsoft thinks about how collaborative apps will evolve, then at the time where we need to think about, okay, I have a special business process and I want to build my own collaborative app. How can I start with this? It's not a developer session, so it's only one slide I will have there. But for me, it's important that we know how we can start with all this stuff. So, and if we are talking about out-of-the-box collaborative apps, maybe you smile, because maybe you can tell me when you didn't work with the whiteboard app so far. I think everybody knows about this. So the whiteboard app is for me the best example of a collaborative app. So I have a software developer background, and I remember the time when I developed my first application and we had to do quality assurance. So I need to check if everything is working, and we also checked what will happen if 2 people click on the same button at the same time, or more than 2 people. And I was a little bit scared because I didn't know what was going on. And I said, okay, maybe the last person wins or the first person wins, or I will get a huge problem because something gets wrong in my application. Collaborative apps are the complete opposite. Collaborative app is developed in a way that we focus on the way that more people click on the same button at the same time, or they do the same action at the same time. So if we think about the whiteboard, I see who is in the whiteboard. I see where a separate person is in the whiteboard canvas at this time. So maybe I see, okay, you, for example, you put a post-it here on this place. I see that another person is writing something, and for me the same, so the other person see what I'm doing. And that's how collaborative app is working. Collaborative app only has a special need if we want to be there at the same time. And where could it take place when not in a Teams meeting? So yes, we could go with a whiteboard without a Teams meeting. So we are sitting here together and I would say, okay, I open a whiteboard. Then we will brainstorm new stuff. But when we are in a Teams meeting, then we are in the hybrid world. So maybe somebody is sitting in the meeting room. We are already in the Teams meeting. So everybody can be in the Teams meeting, even if we are in the same room. And the remote attendees are also in this Teams meeting. And then we can say, okay, well, we have discussed the topic and now we want to do a poll, we want to make a decision. And then the next collaborative app can also be Forms, because we are using this in this meeting. The best experience I have to promise is this one. So here is the Teams meeting as well. And we see this meeting stage. So this is called meeting stage if you talk about apps, because everybody sees the same. Here it's in the right side, so it's a side panel, but that's also a way how to collaborate with each other. So there are different, I would say, levels of collaborative apps, as we can see here. And I don't know if you already know about this. So I have here my whiteboard. Because a whiteboard app, when I talk to other people, it depends how often they use this app. So somebody says, okay, you cannot go with the whiteboard app in the Microsoft world because there are other tools like Miro or Concept Board or whatever, and they have a huge tool set compared to the whiteboard app. But it depends, because here you see that it's developing, so you get new stuff. And what I did, I know my whiteboard app is here in German, but you can go with templates, for example. Then you say, okay, I want to do some brainstorming. So I have already some stuff here. Then I want to go with different post-its. And if another person is right here in the whiteboard, then I would see this at the top right corner. And I always like to mention this. You have a timer right here. So not so many people recognize this icon. I learned this because I had a meeting with my customer a few days ago, and he said to me, yeah, the whiteboard app is not good because I need a timer. So we want to do brainstorming for 10 minutes, for example. And I said, yes, do it. Go for it. It's at the top right corner. But he didn't see it. So if you didn't know about this, then you have here this timer, and you can adjust it, you can stop it, start. Everything you need to do with the timer here at this time. Yeah, and you go here. So here we are back. So Forms, as usual, I won't demonstrate it at this time. Another topic, that was where I was listening at the keynote that Loop was already mentioned. Loop is the next collaborative app. So as I heard the first time of Loop, I was thinking about, oh my God, a new app. I have Teams, I have Loop, I have all the other stuff. How should I explain my customers when they should use Loop, and what about Teams and so on? So I was really happy at the beginning that Loop only was there in the chat. So I had time to think about this question. Yeah, it's a separate app. Maybe you won't use it for every scenario, because you have this workspaces and pages for me, they're together, and you have the components. And for me, the components are the most powerful part of these three. And you can use Loop in different applications. So I like the situation, for example, I write a lot of documents. So documentations, concepts, and a lot of proposals, because we want to earn money with our customers. And if I have to do some brainstorming, so I have to think about what will be the content of our proposal, then I start with a Loop component, and I say, okay, I share this with one of my colleagues, maybe in a Teams chat. And then I have a person, I'm not sure what about you, but I have some persons in my company who don't like Teams chats. They say, write me an email. Okay, it's boring. hate emails. But with Loop, I can go with it and say, okay, I have prepared this Loop component. I'm working in the team chat with all the people who are thinking the same way as I. And for the other people who are going with emails, I can copy the link. The Loop component is in this email, and it's not a static email. So that's cool because the person can write in the Loop component without leaving Outlook at the time. So this person is happy. And I'm also happy because I get all the stuff I need without going to Outlook anymore. So it's only a one shot for me. And that's really cool. So as you see here, we will go to the Loop app in a few seconds. But here in the team chat, that's my usual way. So for example, if we have to prepare something, we have to deploy a new solution on a customer environment, then I'm using a Loop component in form of a checklist, and we prepare everything which has to be done manually. And then my colleague and I, because we are doing this with 2 people when we are deploying, then we say, okay, somebody's looking on the Loop component, the other person is in the Teams meeting, is sharing his screen and is doing all this stuff. And I can say, okay, I checked the next point. We forgot something. Maybe you have to put it right in there as well. And then everything is working. And at the end, you have to think about what happens to your Loop component if you have finished. So at the beginning, I had a lot of Loop components, I can tell you, and the Loop component lives in your OneDrive. So what about this? My first thought was, okay, I have to go to my OneDrive on a regular basis. I have to delete the components because I don't need them anymore. And even if the checklist, everything is checked, you don't have the right information right there. If you don't need this for documentation, then you can delete the file. But my best practice at this moment is I use Loop components for a special customer, for example. So I call my component at the beginning for the customer. Then this component lives for a long, long time. So I delete the original content. I put something new in this, but the file itself remains. So think about the deployment, that's for a special customer, and maybe there's a next project or a next task, and then I change what's going on there, because you start with the template as you see here. So if you click here, you see only templates, but it's a file. And if you open this file maybe in your OneDrive, so you have this in the browser, then it's a little bit easier to see what you can do. You can write some static content, you can go with a checklist, you can put the voting table, for example, right in there. And it's up to you how you build this. And then it's not only a component, it seems to become a little bit like a page. It's not a page from a technical base, but you have the possibility to put as much content in it as you need it. And that's what I love about Loop at the time. And if we look on this, so here I have you. Then, as I said here, I may be starting with the template, and I really like that we have the voting table here. I'm not doing the session for the first time, and when I was doing this the first times, the voting table wasn't there. And I also already got the question, why is the voting table missing in the live demo? When do we get this, and so on? And I said, yes, at this moment I have not a date for you, but now it's here. I love this. But as I can say, okay, if I go with the voting table, and let me see this right here. So it's with the vote. It's an, let's say, a usual table. You can put some content in here. These 3 columns are prepared, but the special thing is the voting stuff right here. What I like more, as I said, is here the stuff that you go with. A list, for example, or that you say, okay, it's a paragraph, and I will prepare everything later on with what is needed. But let's talk about the Loop app. So it's in preview, as you can see here. I have this here at the top left corner with a preview icon. And it's also possible to use it as a desktop app. And then we come back to the question, okay, I have Teams and I have Loop. when should I use which solution. So for me, it's a decision how you are working with Teams. So for me, Teams is more communication tool at the first time. So I have my chats in there, I'm doing a lot of Teams meetings, and I have a part of the collaboration section where I store data. So beside the chat, I have documents and I have a OneNote and I have all the other possibilities. Maybe in a Teams meeting, I'm working with the whiteboard app. And Loop is, for me, a special type of storing and exchanging information. So that's not the chat. I'm not doing a conversation at this time. I prepare something, I'm doing brainstorming, and it's not a brainstorming which I would do on a whiteboard because I need something which is more like OneNote, for example. So maybe in the future I would think more about if I would use OneNote quite often, or if I use Loop more for this stuff. But that's a question we need to talk about this, I think, in a few months or in a year or so. But for me, Loop and Teams are working very good together because I can say, okay, I have a Loop workspace for a special topic. Maybe you also have some topics in your company. You say, okay, I have a community, somebody's working on something. Think about all the conversations in Yammer, and that the people don't have a location where they store the content which is relevant on a long-term base. This can be done in Loop, for example. If it comes to documents and you are working in the same Word documents at the same time, then you're going to Teams. But all the other stuff, when you want to prepare a little bit like a wiki, so thinking about Loop for a wiki, for example, then that could be a good solution as well. So, and I click here in one for this. As you see here, you can go with pages, and then you have all the stuff that you can insert new information, and you can go with components. So if you have a component from a Teams chat, for example, then you can add this right here as well. So maybe it's a documentation for a customer also, and you connect it later on to a customer relationship management. This could be also done. So, but let's go back to the slide here, because we want to have time to check if I'm on track here, right? We want to have time for the seamless integration from, here in this case, Dynamics and Microsoft Teams. Because as we saw in the Loop component, I also see at the top right corner who is in this component at the same time. But that was not a new thing. Think about Word, Excel, PowerPoint. We had the stuff already there, and we were working with this. So for me, for example, I love this every time when I write a Word document. I share the link to the document, and then I see, my colleague is right in there, and then I can write him or her a message. Hey, I write chapter 2. You can go for chapter 3. If we are finished, then we can leave a message, or we can go with a comment functionality. We mention each other. So working in the Office applications is also an example of collaborative apps. But it was not called by Microsoft. Microsoft called or defined the buzzword collaborative apps with this situation, because they started to integrate Teams functionality into Dynamics. So Dynamics is the platform to build every business process in your company. So if you talk about this in the past, think back about, I don't know, 5 years, 6 years or so, then if I would have a session, I would have done a session about Dynamics, maybe it would have been talked about customer relationship management, because that's the first thought I have when I talk about Dynamics. But nowadays, Dynamics is the platform for every business process. So we have a common database where we have all our business data. And if we talk about our daily business, then it's a time we say, okay, there are some people who are working in the Dynamics environment. They're going with a web browser, they're here maybe in a data record, and now they have a question. Or maybe they don't have a question. The customer calls me, oh my God, I have the customer right here, and he has a question, or he is really, really angry and he wants to have a solution because he has a problem. And then I said, okay, I'm looking in your record, I don't find a solution, I need to ask one of my colleagues. And without an integration, now I would have to go to Microsoft Teams, I need to write a person, and this person doesn't know about what I'm talking about, and then I need to write a lot of information in my Teams chat. With the integration, and that's the collaborative app part now, with the integration, I see who is in this record at the time. And he doesn't need to be in the record in the way as I am. So maybe a person is going with the Teams app and is right there. Or we see here, that's the Teams, we see here that somebody is in Outlook. So there's a loop component in an email with data of this record. So I see, okay, Don, for example, he is reading an email, or he has opened an email, we have to say, I'm not sure if he's reading this at the time, but he has opened this email at this moment, and there is a loop component with this record. So I can call Don, maybe he can help me. If not, then the next one would be David, because he is in a Teams app and this record is opened. So it's so much easier if the person doesn't need to switch the context because he's already there, but it doesn't matter if he's in Teams and an Office application or here in Dynamics itself. And I could also say, okay, I start a new link chat. And you see here, like my Microsoft Teams, but I need to have opened Microsoft Teams at this time. So I see all my chats, and this chat is linked to the record. So if a person gets a Teams chat message, because I'm not going with Dynamics at the time, then I get a message from this colleague, and I have a link to switch to the record at the time. So I get all the information I need without that the person needs to write everything down. And here's one chat opened. And if I think back about that, the customer called me and he's quite angry because maybe his coffee machine is not working. So we are selling coffee machines, I would imagine at this moment. Coffee is a very serious topic. So if the coffee machine is not working, we have a real problem. Yeah, and then I said to my customer, yes, I will call you back in 10 minutes. And I'll say, okay, maybe you can ask, I can ask you a question. And if these colleagues don't have a solution at the time, we are doing a Teams meeting. So I set up a Teams meeting. And what's really cool here, that's the way we see here this icon. That's the icon for Dynamics. So you can go with the Dynamics app in a Teams meeting. The record is opened, we see everything, we can talk to each other because that's a little bit easier instead of writing everything in a chat. And then we can say, okay, we find a solution and we put this into the record. So it will be in the timeline. So if maybe another colleague has the pleasure to talk to the customer next week, and the customer talks about his problem with the coffee machine and that we solved or didn't solve this area, then he will see this in the timeline because we prepared everything. I don't need to switch in Dynamics to go to input anything because I have this here right in the meeting. And here, only the view for Don. As we saw, Don was watching or reading an email. Yes, this is email right here, and here is the loop component, and you see here it has the same layout as we had this in the Teams chat with the standard loop components without a connection to another data storage. So I see who's in there, and so, for example, Don has another situation because maybe not my customer, so not this person who called me, has now a really problem. Maybe his boss is now calling Don, so Don would be my boss, and he says, okay, I had everything what you are doing, so the coffee machines are broken and the call is not working on this. I didn't get an answer, I need my coffee. And then that's the way where Don can see, okay, who is in there, and he can write back, okay, yes, we are working on this. I know that are the best experts, these are this and this and this person. So he gets more information right from there as well. And he has also here the option to start a team chat as well. So we have this seamless integration. And that's why I like to talk about bring your own collaboration tool. We are now in a world where everybody can select which tool is the best for him. And we can work together on a way you wouldn't have done this 5 years ago or so. So this is about collaborative apps at this time. So, and if we go to the third option, that's only, as I said, it's not a developer session. How can you develop your own custom collaborative apps? So I'm thinking, for example, that we are sitting together in a Teams meeting. We say, okay, maybe brainstorming it's not the one because we have the whiteboard app, but I need to collect some data from different business applications we have there. So maybe you don't have Dynamics, for example, or you have other applications besides Dynamics. And we want to work together. We want to think about a new business model or whatever. Then I want to build an application. It should be so that I say in my Teams meeting, start this app, then we have this whole meeting stage where we can work together and we can click on the same button at the same time. I love this idea, really. And how can we do this? So we need a software developer, or do we? We can integrate nearly everything. So think about the Microsoft applications. So as we saw with the Office, Dynamics, Power Platform, we didn't talk about so much, but it's also possible. And we have Microsoft Teams. And Microsoft Teams will be the base application we see nearly every time in our scenarios. And if we want to build an application, then we have two major options. The one is with low code, so go with the Power Platform. If you already are familiar with the Power Platform, you may not know about special components which are built for collaborative apps. So as the same as we saw in Loop, for example, that I see who's in there at the same time, or that we are doing something together in an app, will be possible in Power Apps as well. You need to think about your flows behind this because you need to be aware that special action can be done at the same time from multiple persons. So I have to think back about my starting point as a software developer. But what is really important is you don't need to be a hardcore software developer to build your own collaborative app. You can check this with starting with Power Apps, for example. So yeah, in the low-code and low-code area. If you say, okay, Power Apps, that's, I only click a few things, I want to be a hardcore software developer, I want to build my own applications, then you have other developer tools right there. So think about the Teams Toolkit, for example. We have there, as you see here, different stuff like Yeoman, SPFX, the developer studio, so you can build your complete own application. Should be a web application, to say. And there's also a tool which is called the LiveShare SDK. The LiveShare SDK, that's something which helps you to go on this meeting stage that maybe you have digital twin of a machine and you see that everybody can click right there. And if I say, okay, I would want to move this on the axis, then that the other people see the same as I. That can be done with the LiveShare SDK. And always behind is there the Microsoft Graph and Azure, if we think about hosting of our application. So it's a little bit more complex as a Power App stuff, but you can also do more flexible development right in there. And I think it's for every application, but for collaborative apps, I have to mention this one more time, build fusion teams. So build a team with people from the business, from the technical perspective, from security, the IT admins, because if you have this group of people, then you get the most out of it, because everybody with his own perspective has new ideas how to build the best collaborative app to work together. So, and last but not least, only one idea, because we hear a lot about mesh during these days. A lot about the metaverse, about mixed reality. So these are all buzzwords in the same area. And we have here two examples for mesh for teams. So I had interesting conversations with people who say, okay, I hate this idea with the avatars, or I love it. So there's thinking nothing between, I love it or I hate it. And yes, I can understand if we are in a Teams meeting and I would say, okay, I have my bad hair day and I want to activate my camera, then I join with an avatar. That's not such a benefit for the others. Maybe for me, because I say, okay, I don't need to focus how to smile into the camera. So, but for me, it's for the others, it's not the same. It becomes interesting if we talk about the immersive spaces, because now we are going back to the first example of a collaborative app. What do you see at the background? You see that there are people in front of a whiteboard. And if we are talking about collaborative apps in the future, that's not think for today or tomorrow, but think about 1 or 2 years, because everything is evolving so fast. The collaborative app can be something in a virtual or a mixed reality. So we have the situation that a collaborative app at this moment will be in a 2D format, but maybe in the future we will also have 3D collaborative apps. So, and then my idea with a digital twin for a machine, for example, or for a city or whatever, becomes more interesting, because this group of people could have a digital twin here in the middle. They could walk around this, they could work together, and you have also the mix that somebody maybe is using this in a 2D format. He sees those avatars on the virtual reality stuff, and somebody who's going with a VR headset, for example, he has the feeling that he is completely in this world and is collaborating with other people. So that's only, I know it's not today and tomorrow, but I'm pretty sure that we will see this in the future. And then you have a collaborative app in a way we cannot imagine at the moment. So that was everything I have prepared. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'm really curious if there are some questions.
I was wondering about, so when you're done with your loop component and you said, I'm not going to keep it at some place, you also grab the information and put it somewhere else, like in a document, for example?
Mm-hmm. For example, if you write a proposal, I have this huge document, and for most of my colleagues, it's not interesting to know about the whole document because it's a lot of standard stuff. And then I say, okay, I start with the component for the special content. For example, I have a special team who's doing security in aMS 365. So, okay, I have this component. I share this with them in the team chat. We can do some other conversations right there as well. And then if they're finished, or if I say, okay, I want to prepare this in my document, and say, okay, copy this link, put it in the document. You only have one topic was going into the Word document, because at some time you need to lose the connection to the loop component. And that's nothing which is in there currently. So I say, okay, I'm responsible to say, okay, on Friday, we need to be finished with the proposal, and then I write the content right there and I remove the loop component.
You can add a checklist component. See, are you ready? Yes or no? Yeah.
Yeah, but that's something I'm really waiting for, that we say, okay, I take the content and then I lose the connection. So it's some kind of an export of a loop component that's not in there, and I didn't see it in the roadmap so far. But maybe I will be surprised in a few months, I'm not sure, but that would be a great day, I'm pretty sure.
I also didn't, anybody else wants to ask questions? We don't have any questions online either. But I disagree with you when you were talking about your avatar. that it would be beneficial for you, but not for everyone else in the meeting. I think it's just the opposite. I think it's not beneficial for you, but it's very beneficial for everyone in the meeting, because I do that now as well. So when I'm eating lunch, for example, but I still have a meeting, I don't want people to see me eat my eggs and whatever. So, but this way I'm still in the meeting, and with the reactions, I can also react because I'm always a visual person. So this way I can still react, and everyone else could see my reaction to something.
Yeah, I think it depends what are the different sorts. So I agree with your example with eating. So for me, it can be an advantage because I can eat my lunch without thinking about how I'm eating my lunch. For the others, that they see a person.
Yeah.
I'm doing quite often a mesh session where I have these examples. But as I heard from many people, I know that was surprising for me, that they say, okay, I don't want to talk to a virtual identity. I'm not sure if it's you,
So
or if it's a
talk
bot,
to a
or
black screen than to okay.
Maybe because you are used to do a phone call and you don't see a person in a phone call.
Maybe.
And an avatar is something new. Maybe in a few years, that's nothing we will talk about, because that will be usual. But at this moment, I hear a lot of people say, okay, I would prefer that this person deactivates his camera.
Okay.
And I say, okay, from my perspective, if I'm in a Teams meeting and I don't activate my camera, then I'm only the small bubble on the right side. And if I'm not active in the meeting, so I'm not talking, then the people forget about me. So for example, last year I had a meeting, and a few days later, my boss asked me, do you know about this meeting which took place last week? And I said, yes, I was there. And he said, I didn't see you. He really told me he didn't see me. I said, yes, you didn't see me because I had bad light conditions. Nobody could see except of my outline, so I deactivated the camera. I said, yeah, but then you have to tell something. It doesn't matter what, but you need to tell something, because otherwise people will forget about you.
Yeah. I had a discussion yesterday about the same thing, that somebody was giving feedback on her one-on-one report, saying that I'm not seen by my coworkers. So then as well, the question came up like, yeah, but do you turn on your camera every once in a while in meetings, or do you say something in meetings? No, I don't, so I'll try that.
And that's also something, if we are talking about remote or hybrid work, if you want to be active, then you need to use the camera or avatar.
Yes.
Or you need to talk a lot of, but that's not so mine, because if I don't have a topic which I can talk about, then I'm silent. And if you are silent and other persons are talking about whatever, maybe the weather, or it doesn't matter, then somebody will remind them and not me.
Yeah. I get it.
That's a challenge.
All right. Cool. Awesome. Thank you.
I will have to leave at 1:30, so when I leave the 10 minutes, it's not.
That's okay, we will all leave at 1:30 then, so we'll do like a super quick presentation.
No, take your time.
Yeah. So I'll just
Start.
double check how much time I have before the next session, so. Because I always go too long, so it's better just to check.
45 minutes.
Only 45 minutes,
Yes.
yeah. I never managed 45 minutes, but let's try. And now we are only 40 since we start 5 minutes late.
Should I give you
Yeah,
5 minutes
yeah,
before?
if you can do that, I'll be
I will
really
try.
happy. Yeah. All right, let's get started and welcome to aMS Berlin 2023, and thank you for everybody joining online. It's extremely funny to have like a session about how to set up webinars in Teams, live streamed on StreamYard instead of Teams itself as a webinar feature. So that kind of tells us a lot, maybe about a little bit like how those experiences are with running webinars in Teams, but let's not jump to conclusion before we start. Yes, so it is kind of a little bit interesting that instead of hosting and streaming and doing all that thing with this live hybrid event, we don't do it on Teams, we do it on StreamYard instead. So that is kind of a little bit fun for me at least. So my name is Knut, so I'm actually here to talk about like everything you need to know about webinars in Teams and Teams Premium. We will look a little bit about the differences between the two and what's in it for you if you decide to pay the extra price for the Teams Premium functionality, basically. So a little bit background from myself. I'm coming from Norway. So I flew in early this morning because I didn't have a chance to come in yesterday. So I have been up since 4:30 a.m. this morning. So that's why I'm drinking a little bit of sugar, no sugar, but at least caffeine to keep me going. But I have been working the last, I would say 20 years with Microsoft technologies. Last 20 years with Microsoft SharePoint, and now of course it's more and more Teams because everybody uses Teams. And I will give you a prediction is that Teams will be the new front end of SharePoint, give or take a few years. So people will start to forget about SharePoint in a few years and they will just use it as a backend. That's my prediction. I can come back in 4 years and we can see if I was correct or not. But that is my prediction. I've been working with intranet companies the last 10 years, delivering different type of intranets for different type of vendors. Currently, I'm working for multiple companies. One of them is this Mokka 365 company, which is from Denmark, which is a provisioning engine for everything around SharePoint and Teams. And they can actually help you to do whatever you want, more or less. But for me, the main thing is conferences. That's why I'm flying in even today. I'm flying back home in a few hours just to come here and deliver this in person instead of doing it just online, because I like to see people not in the screen, but in real life. So it's totally different. We of course have to say thank you to the sponsors, and hopefully everybody enjoyed the food as well. Or not you guys online, you only enjoy the coffee, but everybody here at least had a nice burger with French fries and everything. So food was really, really good. We should say thank you to our sponsors, and of course, hopefully I will see some of you also in Amsterdam for the European SharePoint conference there, which will be later this year. But the goals for this session is actually to learn how to set up webinars in Teams. Maybe you have done that before, but with Microsoft Teams Premium, they also came with a new experience in how to set up those webinars, even with the standard version of Teams. So even without the premium version, you get the premium features and how it comes to set it up. I will go into details in where it is different and what you don't have in the standard one. But first of all, before we go to that slide, I will go and show you a little bit how this looks to set up the sign-up screen and all that kind of stuff in your environment. So over here, and I think I should zoom in a little bit because nobody will see anything here. I have already kind of started to set up a meeting. I think everybody knows how to start with event itself. You just go to Teams, the calendar, and then you just, instead of a new meeting, you'll just click here and it will do a new webinar instead. That's it. You might ask why you don't do a live event, but that we can discuss if you have time later. So we just click this one. And then we get into this screen here. And I'm really happy to say that here Microsoft have done a lot of changes since how it was last year, because last year it was really painful to set up webinars and Teams, and a big reason why people didn't do it. But at least now it's become like a lot better. But we will get back to the buts later. But here, of course, we'll do aMS Berlin 2023. When should we have this one? We will do it, let's say, 2:30 until 3 p.m. We can, of course, go here and check the time zones and all that kind of stuff also. We can put in a description, aMS hybrid event in Berlin. And we can do more of those things. Here, the cool thing is that I can already add co-organizers to this event. So I can invite other people that should also be speakers. They don't need to be internal, they can also be external. So they can be from other type of companies. So they will also be invited and they will be sending an email to them. So they will actually get also in their calendar that they have a webinar automatically coming in from here. So in this case right now, I'm logged in with my company over here. So I can also invite myself from another company that I have been working for, and then of course now it didn't work, but that's just how something tends to this. Let's just now keep that on there. And here we have my presenters, so this could be also putting in other people here. See if it works here. Yeah, so here it will come in and ask, do I want to invite this person as a guest if it's not already in my tenant? So that's how it should have worked in the other window as well. So now that's it. And then you need to make two choices. Should this be an internal event or should it be an external event for everyone to join? So internal, you will have to log in with your company account to be able to register for the event. External, it will be open, so everybody needs to fill in the form, basically. So in this case, let's do the public one. And that's it. That's the only thing that we can configure here before we go and click save. Which also is a little bit interesting, because there's a lot of things I might want to put here already before I click that save button. Because you see, it's also written here, save and send invites. So already right now, I will send an invite to my other speaker or presenter for this event. They will already get it even before I have configured anything on this event. But let's do it. So now I will probably get an email on my phone very soon. Now we see that we have a few other options. So we got the meeting options up here. And this is actually the screen where we can already see if I have a webinar, like a premium, Teams premium license or not. So for instance here, if I go in here, and this one, I don't have a Teams premium license on this tenant. So here I will see that I have a few things that I can switch on and off here. I can ask if they want to bypass the lobby. I can go and put, if they could have a registration, you can bypass. I can choose who is co-organizers, who can present, more of the people that already have. Choose presenters and all that kind of stuff. And that is kind of how all of these things are going in this event. And actually here I'm with the premium license, so sorry, I just went to the wrong tenant. But here, since I have the premium license, we have this one down here, enable green room. This is only there if I have a premium license. So for instance, if I will go to my other environment here, this one, and we will go, and here you see I have a webinar standard. I will just zoom in a little bit. Already created this one. If I go to the meeting options here, you will see that it's not possible to enable the green room because I don't have the premium license of Microsoft Teams. So here you see we don't have that premium license here. But a lot of the other features are there, and I have a comparison later that I will show you. So, but there are a lot of other things that you can go in and do here. But also with Teams and Teams Premium, they're coming another functionality that I will just show you from the PowerPoint slide deck here. So I'll just go a couple of slides down because you have this is the green room that you will go into. So that the cool thing there is a little bit like the same thing that I had in StreamYard, that you have like a place where you can go in before you go live, and then the people that is sitting in that green room, they will decide who will be live and who will be not live and so on. So it's a totally different way of arranging the webinars. Basically, it's more professional way of doing it. If you have done it on GoToMeeting or some of those, it's kind of a similar experience than what you have there. But we also have something called RTMP in, which allows us to integrate different external media feeds into our webinar, and we can also do the live streaming to other scenarios if we will go and integrate with the other one, which I actually don't have here right now, but I can go here. And here we have the PowerShell commands. I will show you those later. They are all, because as you can see here right now, I don't have that RTPM in. So to be able to get that possibility and to be configuring it here under the meeting options, I need to first run the PowerShell commands to open up for that possibility. And that only works again if I have the premium license. And how much the premium license is costing? It's around like €5 a month, basically per user. So it's not like super expensive, but it's still costing some for the premium capabilities. Let's go and take a look inside the portal. I hope you can see it. Let's actually make it a little bit bigger because I feel that it's too small. Feel free to let me know if you can see it properly or not. So let's try with 28. Yeah, like this is better. So here I was just testing a little bit before, but for instance, this is like the first command in some ways you should learn yourself, because this is like to get whatever policies that's already been put for your Teams meetings. Because here is the same policy for Teams meetings and Teams webinars, basically. So identity is just a policy that I want to get this for. Of course, here you can choose if you want to put this for the global policy, or if you want to create policies and just include a few employees into that policy to allow only for them to have this functionality. So if I click here and do this one, I already authenticated. Here we can see that we have allowed channel meeting and scheduling. We have a lot of things true. But if you go a little bit down, you will see that, for instance, I have already enabled also the live streaming here. There are a few of them that you need to enable. Live streaming mode enabled, for instance. And then in this particular case, we wanted to have this one allowed streaming media input that we want to have. Is again the same, get the policy. I'm saying the identity, and I want to just get this property back, basically. So here you see that this is empty, and that's how it is by default. So the default story here from Microsoft is that it's empty. So then we need to go in and, of course, do the opposite here, which is to set this one, and this is the one that we have just blanked it out to put it like this. But here, the RTMP is the one that we want to have here. And when I have run this one right now, if you go back then into my meeting options, now this is the standard one, so I have to jump to the one where I have the premium. If not, it's not going to make any changes. And if you do a refresh of this screen right now, you will see that we suddenly will have one more here. If it's managed to get it, it's not coming in yet, so let's just give it a few seconds. Sometimes Microsoft uses a little bit of time to run our PowerShell script, so let's just wait a little bit, and if not, we'll come back to it later. Because when this has been done, it will come in the same properties as we have here, and we'll be allowed to switch it on, and then we need to configure the URL for that source, basically. So, but let's just continue, and I'll be back in a few seconds to take a look at that, because apparently it takes a few more seconds right now than it did before. Yeah, there you go. So now we have it. I can put it here, and then we can put to get the link and finish setup, click save. And yeah, that's funny when I'm not allowed to click save, but let's just try to do like this and like that. Yeah. So that's always fun. If it might be some things that still haven't been properly configured, so we just need to wait. But that's it. You should usually just click do this, save, and then you will get the possibility to make changes here. But if you go back here, there have been a lot of changes from Microsoft, because now we see we have the presenter BIOS, we have the theming, and we have also here the registration and reports. So there come a lot of new things. So if you go to the BIOS, you see that first of all, this is what for me is always funny. If you haven't added the person to your tenant before, you get the guest speaker here. And you can even get that sometimes, even if you have added it to your tenant. So for instance, here, you remember it was Knut at omniaintranet.com. Here, of course, I want to have my own name, like this, and I'll just put Omnia here. And then you can put in the LinkedIn profile, you can put in the job title, evangelist, Twitter profile, and all these kind of things. So this has become much, much better than how it was before. And if you go to the other one, the one which is from my tenant, you see that this one is also not filled in. Even if this is from my tenant, where in some ways I should be able to fill in the company name at least, because I was logged on with Knut from this company. So here again, even, and also the job title, they should be able to get from Azure AD very simply, for them in some ways. So still, even if we are it's been better than how it was before, you still have to do a lot of manual things here to kind of get it how you want it to be. So that is still some issues. Theming, that is very nice. You can put in the banner image and all that kind of stuff. So if you don't like this one, you can change it, just upload another one. The same with logo, and you can also go in and choose another theme color. So we can do this one instead. We can also put in logos and so on. And here you see that down here, I get the organization privacy statement is not configured in Azure Active Directory. And that's also by default, that's how it has to be done. So here, if you don't have global admin rights, you need to, or like rights in Azure AD, you need to contact your IT to get them to configure this, because if not, you don't have any privacy statement attached to your webinar, which is kind of not too good to have. So that's also a little bit sad, like why in a way should this be administrated globally? Because maybe I want to have a different privacy settings for different webinars. Because maybe I have some which can have this privacy segment, some could have that one. So here in some ways it should be just default, the one coming from Azure AD, and you should be able to override it and add a separate one. So again, it's a lot better than it was before, but we are still not 100% there in my honest opinion. With configuration, that's very easy. You can go in and add how many people should be allowed to register. So 1,000 is the max. So we can try to see here, add more than 1,000. It tells you, sorry, that doesn't work. And that's no difference if it's a premium or a standard. The capacity is the same. Here, if you want to have more fields for registration purposes, when they should register to the webinar, this is where you go in. Normally, you have first name, last name, and email, and the consent field from Microsoft is there. But if you want to add other fields, you can go in and do that here. For instance, a lot of times you would want the job title of a person. You can then choose, should be required, yes or no. You can also go in and adding, for instance, custom questions. So here you can put in either a text input, choices, checkbox, yes or no. That's it, that's the possibility that you have here. You can also go, let's just add legal terms. So here you can say that, oh, I have read it, and that's it. So, and then here you need to add a URL. Want to delete? Just delete. We can also add in here, just to have more than one, we can have add the industry that we're having here. And that's it. And as you see, there's no drag and drop. So you cannot reorganize them. So here they come in the order which you add them. So if you're later on figuring out that, hey, the order is bad, you need to redo the work that you did. So that's something to think about before you start to add a lot of fields. So we will click save. Now we have saved the changes. When it comes to attendee status, that is only coming after we have published the site. So now we can go and publishing it, and we get a URL that we can share it with. So let's just go here now, for now, to do it on the same tenant. Here you see that I can go and click register to this one. You see the speakers, but again, you see not that yeah. And you see now I have the job title and I have the industry, and I have to consent to the Microsoft event and team. So here I can just add Donald Duck. Something like that. And now this person is registered, basically. And we'll get an email as well. I don't know if I have that email in my company, but anyways, I will get notified. So, but this, and of course, we can share and do all those social things as well, which is great. If you now go back to my aMS over here, we can then see soon that we have somebody that registered to the event. If you go in here, configure, see we have one person registered, as you can see. And also when it comes to registration, there's a difference between the standard and the premium. With the standard, it's possible to configure, with the premium, it's possible to configure that you can have approval, like a manual approval to the registration. Because sometimes there's a lot of people registering that you don't want to be able to attend webinars. For instance, like I have worked for like so many different vendors in the years, and we always have competitors registering for our webinars to come and see what we are doing. Of course, we don't want them to attend. And then if you can go in and manually approve or not, you can kind of do the washing of that list within the interface. So that's something also that is good to know. We have a possibility to cancel the event. We can copy and we can view the published site from here. And then, of course, we can also later on generate some reports and download them to work more on them from our side. So you see here, view registration. One person view the page, one is registered, we have 0 cancellation. So this is like something we need when it comes to webinars. We need to know all those things to be able to see everything here. But again, how is it for me now when I should host this event? Then, of course, it depending if I have premium or standard. If I have standard, it's just as to do a meeting in Teams, basically. There are no green room, no nothing, depending if you call how you configure your lobby. People will just enter the event automatically, or they will just wait in the lobby till somebody will let them in. But for me as a presenter, there is no difference from a meeting to a webinar when it comes to the standard version of Teams. But if I have the premium version of Teams, that's where we get that green room, where we can go in, we can check that everything is working, and we can choose who will be live as part of the meeting, which is something totally different. And of course, it's always funny to do this kind of events and to do it when we are live. So let's see how it will work, because I have the camera here, I have the mic here, so I cannot go and do a Teams meeting now, because then it will not work. But if you go in here, you can see that I have my event inside here. I can also go and look at it from here. So you can see that from here, we have now the join the meeting invitation in here. We can also hide all this information. We can go and manage it from here. But even more importantly, we have the meeting options, because that's something that we never should forget, that we can go in here and configure these things again, as I showed you before. Another thing that you might want to think about when you're hosting and doing this kind of webinars is that, for instance, up here, you see that I have a lot of different things here. I have the Q&A. So you can go in and kind of create a Q&A for your meeting or webinar before people are joining, basically. So you can have some questions here, like a Q&A. Like if you do a go-to meeting, you usually have a poll that you can do before. And you can do the same now in Teams with the Q&A. But you also have a big plus here, which means that we can add other apps to the webinar. And that's sometimes something that could be really cool and funny inside of Teams, especially with the cool pilot coming and all that kind of things. So you can get like meeting notes and all that kind of stuff. Or for instance, you can go here and you can search in all the different apps that are already there from Microsoft or other vendors that are building things for Teams, basically. So for instance, you see we could do a poll instead of the Q&A. We can add the Microsoft Forms in there if you want. We can integrate with Viva Sales, etc. Here we have, there's a lot of options here. A lot of times before we was using Poly for those things, but now there are other alternatives in here. So, but that's how you can do it. But then you might ask yourself, because I have been actually holding this session around Teams webinars for more than 1 year now. So if you come on Google, you will see that I have done this session multiple times. And this is where it's a little bit funny, because if you just go now and take a little bit look at the kind of comparison between the Teams Premium and the Teams Standard. Now I clicked the wrong button, sorry about that. I'll just the setup is here, so I just need to instead click this button, so then it will be good for the people online as well. Yeah, well, it's a little bit small, but I will kind of, this is just highlighting the differences that we saw on the meeting options screen that we had before. So for instance, with the premium on the right side, you can go in and manage what attendee sees. So in some ways you could do more security, more things in there. So you can, for instance, see content that is shared to the screen or people will bring on the screen and so on. So you have a better control over what they see, because you will have the green room, basically, where you will do all those things.
So this option is really the green room?
Yeah, it's an extra added feature because of the green room. And then later down there, you see we have the green room, and also when it comes to, you can also choose who can record, basically. So you can put another person that will do the recording than, for instance, the organizer or the speaker, basically. So you can do those things. But then, of course, if you look in here, here's listed what are the standard features of the Teams webinar and the premium features. So for instance, one thing that is quite nice is that, for instance, in premium, you can have a waiting list. Like, let's say that you have only 50 people that you want to have the capacity for, but then suddenly more people are registering, then you could do a waiting list functionality there. So if somebody is canceling, the people from the waiting list will automatically be moved in to the webinar. So that is something that you get with the premium features. You can also limit the day and time when people can register. So you can kind of have like from date and to date where the webinar registration is open. You can manage what, as I've mentioned, what attendees will see and their view. And then you can have the manual approving of registrants. You can also send email reminders to them. And you can also, as mentioned, set up that green room and use the RTMP in for the webinars. So there have been a lot of features there that will be beneficial when you have the Teams premium features. But again, depend on you want to spend the money to get those features coming in. This is just for the reference for later. So this is kind of the PowerShell commands that you can run to do this inside of the PowerShell instead of doing things also just in other places. And some things you can only do in PowerShell. You can go in to do them in the Teams admin interface. This is the green room, but what I actually wanted to show you is not anything of this one, because as I mentioned, like live streaming, like live streaming you can do in different ways. For instance, I have on my demo environment here, I have added premium, I have purchased an extra feature. So if you go in here to look at my products, you will see that I also was going and buying ECDN that Microsoft is calling it, because this one is a functionality that will actually help us to connect and kind of go in and broadcast to different type of sources. So that's another thing that you can combine, and this one should be included in the Teams Premium, but I already kind of had it there. So that is something that you can also go and check out if that will be interesting for you. But also, if you only have the standard version of Teams, there are a lot of articles out there in in Google of how you can actually set up live streaming from your computer to different type of sources. There are some open source software that you can also install and use for that. That could be interesting to take a look at if that is the reason why you want to go Teams Premium compared to going Teams Premium, basically. So one thing that you can start to take a look at is, for instance, if I will go here into my other environment here, and here I have actually just searched for it, just for you to see it, because you have something that Microsoft has put as a preview, where they will allow you to do custom streaming from a Teams meeting, for instance. So you can stream it to sites like Vimeo, Livestream, etc. Only thing you need to do is to add it, and then to add it to your meeting. And here you see I have my webinar standard, set it up as a tab, and then let's see if it works. Last time I tried it didn't work. So let's click save. Yes, now it actually works. So here you just need to put in your stream URL, for instance, to then live stream or LinkedIn or whatever, and you will put in the key, because you will get like a key from that as well, and then you can start streaming from here without any premium functionality. But since this is a preview functionality from Microsoft and now they have Teams Premium, I was a little bit surprised when I did like my checkup of the slides and everything for this session, that it was still available, because I thought they will already take it away, because they want people to use the premium version, of course, instead of using this. So that's why this option might not be there for all internally the things. You know, it's like the same as last year. For a so short period of time, it was possible to find LinkedIn live here. So for instance, when I went and looked at apps, there was possible to go here and just search for LinkedIn, and then it will be LinkedIn live, so that you can actually live stream directly to LinkedIn, but then suddenly it disappeared, so it's not available anymore in any tenant I have tried. But there are like a guy that has a blog about how that setup was, which was really cool. I'm just sad that it's not available there no more, because it would be really cool to have that capability, because I think a lot of companies, they will be okay only to live stream to LinkedIn in a way, and not all other type of sources. And then there are also another guy from the UK. I will just go and find, instead of me showing and doing things, I will just go and find the URL. That is this one. So I will share the slides and everything. So this is from a guy from the UK, Steve Goodman, that was already back in 2021 writing about how you can use different type of tools to live stream from Teams to the different type of RTMP streams, basically. So there's a good YouTube video there, and showcasing what you need to do to be able to do that, first of all. And then it's a OBS project that is the software that you need to do for this. So you just need to install this on the OBS Studio on your computer, and then this will function a little bit similar to what you have in the green room of Microsoft, basically. But this is like an open source solution. It will run from the computer where it's installed. So that means that somebody needs to have something installed on their computer. But it will work, basically, if you will do it. And you don't, again, need that premium version of Microsoft Teams. So that's just to give you some other alternatives basically to what you can do. But I see we have like 7 minutes left, so which is not that much. But interestingly enough, for me to do like a Teams webinar, premium versus standard session, and we're not even live streaming it on Teams, as I mentioned in the beginning, also tells us a lot, like where that functionality is. So I want to kind of just highlight this one, as if you're looking to live stream events, if you're looking to do that, this is a much easier way for you to do it than to even try to do it inside of Teams. Because here you will simply just start to use it. You will have also here the green room, or how to call it, where you will be having somebody that will sit and put you live basically inside. And then you can share your screen, and then you can live stream it on any more or less platform automatically, because this one integrates with the most used streaming platforms. You can stream it on YouTube, LinkedIn, Twitch, and all those places like automatically from within here. So even if this is a Teams webinar session, I want to tell you that we need to look what are the best options out there, basically. We shouldn't just use Microsoft technology just because it's a Microsoft technology. If there's something better out there, we need to also look into that. And for live streaming, then this one is the best. But if you're looking to run like a webinar for your organization, you don't need to live stream it. Or if you want to look to run a webinar for potential customers, then Teams webinars is actually starting to become more and more and more better. There's no reason why you should use Zoom, GoToMeeting, or any of those platforms there and pay money for those if you're already having Teams licenses. Even the standard version of Teams is good enough to run webinars on, basically. There are not that a lot of features available that you need, in my honest opinion, to get started with this. Because if you just go back to this one, it's like you could allow registered users to bypass the lobby. You can assign co-organizers. You can have more than one speaker there. You can invite external speakers there, and they will get an email that say, hey, they are now invited. You can limit who can register. You can require people to register. You can get the Q&A. You can include other apps. So if you build some Power Platform apps yourself in your own organization, you can also include them into the Teams webinar very, very easily. And you will get attendance reports, even with that version that doesn't cost you nothing. So there's no reason why you shouldn't run webinars in Teams for your organization compared to using another platform. Then, of course, you just need to figure out, are those premium features something that you want to pay for or not? That's the only thing you need to decide. Because do you need a wait list? Do you need to approve registrants? Do you need to send email reminder emails out? Then, of course, the premium features is something you should consider in going for. Because then you'll have everything there. But that's something you just need to decide for yourself. But if I now just for the fun of it, will go here, I just need to go to my other email, because you remember I invited myself to as a co-speaker here. So I'll just go to my Outlook. And here you see that I have gotten an email. It's already in my calendar as well. So you see here that I got the invite to the email. And the funny thing is that every time I do the update, I get an updated invitation, which is why it's always going to be better to just save and then later have like a button, send invitation to the other speakers or whatever to call it. Because it will, if you do a lot of small changes, it will kind of be a lot of emails coming in from that system. Another thing that now has become a lot better, I don't know how aware of you guys are, but before, when we was having the Teams webinar functionality and so on, and they created like 5 lists in SharePoint for each and every Teams webinar experience. But it's not like that anymore. So we don't have the same same amount of lists going in here. So because before, if I will go to office.com and I will go and open the list app from here, so we can just go to apps, and then we will go to Microsoft lists. You see, these are the recent lists. So if I will, so if I don't want the reasons here, so you see, there's nothing created here. So they're storing it in a different way. I don't know exactly how they do it, but they store it in a different way. And this was for me one of the biggest reasons. Like when I did this session like 1 year ago, I told people don't do it. Don't create webinars like this because it will be just a mess for the employees. So everyone that creates a webinar will have at least 5 of these ones for each and every webinar that was created. But Microsoft has changed that and listened to feedback, and now it is a lot better than how it was before. So that is on the closing time as well. So that is good. So that's like a good place to stop actually, is that yes, it's now a lot better than how it was before. So the backend is different, which is good for all of us. I will be around if somebody has questions. For people online, feel free to ping me on social media. Besides this, I hope you enjoyed the session and learned something new today, and I look forward to see everyone next time.
Maybe they use mailings.
Yeah,
Always.
as always, yes. So, but now I will just go to my StreamYard. Leave.
Guck mal, Bildschirm freigegeben.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
I can hear you, which is good news.
You hear me?
Yeah,
Good.
can you share your screen, your slide?
I share my screen.
Yes,
Yeah.
but you can minimize the browser and then maybe show some slides. Yeah, very good. Okay, we are set, I think.
Das Layout. Du könntest überlegen, ob du da das auch noch versteckst, die Leiste wohl funktioniert. Nein. Wenn ich nicht reagiere.
So, hier.
Ja.
Ach, komm mit dazu. Genau.
Ja, das stimmt.
Ist das doof, dass wir jetzt nicht die
Das sieht gut aus. Ja.
manchmal auch nicht.
Okay, hast das Bild vom Geld meiner Oma abgeschickt. Die Frage ist ja, was wäre die Antwort gewesen? Wahrscheinlich noch nicht.
Jetzt noch irgendwie, wie du hier schließt, ist das total verschwommen.
Was soll denn das Komma am Ende von sehen?
Eine gute Frage, da stand noch was danach. Ja?
Das war der erste Text auf der Aufmerksamkeit.
Nee, der kommt gleich. Das ist nicht das Problem. So. Das sieht sich jetzt von immer. Die Bewegung, das ist mein Profil. Das sieht ungefähr so. Deswegen stand es doch
Warum sollte es ja besser gehen als Wissenschaft?
Sieht man, wenn ich hier stehe, das ist jetzt sehr interessant. Das war's. Ich weiß, ob wir noch eine Einleitung machen. Jetzt geht's los oder fange ich einfach an?
Eine Minute.
Ich habe einfach zur Zeit angefangen. Also wenn du einmal das Screen ja gesehen hast, dass du live bist.
Schon.
Ja, gut, jetzt auf jeden Fall, dass dann Bild übertragen ist, jetzt wieder ist.
Da würde ich ganz einfach anfangen. Man denkt zwar nicht, aber machen wir einfach mal, ne? Ja, herzlich willkommen zu meiner Session online, wie hier persönlich. Schön, dass ein paar Teilnehmer auch Zeit gefunden haben, dabei zu sein. Ich darf euch heute ein bisschen was über Viva Learnings erzählen und dem Thema, warum ist Viva Learnings cool und was können wir denn mit eigenen Videos machen. Dabei werden wir anfangen von, wir reden mal über Wissen und warum ist Wissen so cool im Unternehmen und warum ist Lernen im Unternehmen toll, bis hin zu gleich einer schönen Demo, die ich aufbereitet habe, wie es dann aussehen kann. Als allererstes, ich glaube, den Slide hat heute schon jeder irgendwo mal gesehen. Ne? Wir danken natürlich den Sponsoren, weil sonst wäre das ganze Event hier nicht möglich. Auch von meiner Seite nochmal danke für das Event und dass ich auch dabei sein darf. An alle, die das organisieren und danke an die Sponsoren. Kommen wir zu meinen Slides. Worüber wollen wir heute reden? Wir wollen einerseits natürlich mal wissen, was für ein Web steht gerade vor euch. Wir reden über das Thema Wissen, die Herausforderungen, die wir im Unternehmen mit dem Thema Wissen haben. Also das heißt, woran hapert es meistens, dass das Wissen oder das Learning nicht weitergegeben wird, bis hin zu, was hat sich denn in Microsoft alles noch so getan und verändert. Und wir reden mal über Vorteile. Die Demo kommt dann ganz zum Schluss. Fangen wir an mit meiner Person. Mein Name Ferdi Leden Oellers. Ja, ich muss mich noch dran gewöhnen, jetzt Leden Oellers. bin als Senior Modern Workplace Consultant der Nexus unterwegs. Das heißt, Streckengebiet ist Microsoft 365, von der Konzeptionierung bis zur kleinen Umsetzung, aber auch das Thema Schulung etc. ist da drin. Seit diesem Monat darf ich mich MVP schimpfen. Ja, ich habe es auch endlich mal geschafft. Also das heißt, ihr findet mich auf YouTube, auf LinkedIn oder ähnlichem mit ganz vielen Inhalten zum Thema Viva, zum Thema aber auch Aufgabenmanagement, To-Do. Wenn ihr Lust habt, dürft ihr euch gerne connecten. Ihr seht hier schon meine kleinen QR-Codes zu Twitter, zu LinkedIn, zu YouTube. Was mache ich sonst noch in der Community? Auch nochmal kurz aufgeführt. Wir haben zum Beispiel einen Podcast, den Barista Talk. Ich erzähle bei EasyWay 365, ist ein kleines Blogging auf Englisch. Mache aber auch mit der Anja, die zufälligerweise auch hier im Raum ist, so wöchentliche Collaboration Hero-Tage. Das heißt, wir machen so eine Woche, picken wir uns raus, in 3 Tagen, machen 6 bis 7 Sessions dazu, wo die Community euch was zur Verfügung stellt, euch das Wissen präsentiert. Sei es zu Viva, sei es zu Teams. Nicole war auch schon Gast bei uns. Alles das passiert. Und wenn ihr sonst noch irgendwie ein bisschen News erfahren wollt, dürft ihr das einmal im Monat tun. Jeden zweiten Dienstag um 14 Uhr, wo wir die News-Sendung, also das heißt, wir geben euch Updates, was ist neu reingekommen in die Tenants, was könnt ihr damit machen, haben aber auch den Raphael Kölner dabei, der dann auch was zum Thema Datenschutz und Ähnlichem dazu sagt. Soll es gut sein, ich will mich ja nicht selber darstellen hier in dem Moment. Lasst uns doch mal über das Thema Wissen sprechen. Wissen, ihr kennt es vielleicht alle, sind irgendwelche Informationen, die wir als Mitarbeiter, wir als Unternehmen haben. Das ist jetzt mal nicht ChatGPT-Satz oder ähnlichen, aber es ist ein Zitat, was rausgenommen ist. Also wir sprechen immer dann von Wissen, wenn ich eine Information habe. Das kann eine Information über ein Konzept sein, das kann eine Information über ein Tool sein, was ich besser kann als andere. Und wenn ich diese Information habe, habe ich dementsprechend Wissen und kann damit irgendwas tun. Und das ist ja das, was wir als Unternehmen später unseren Mitarbeitern gerne immer so zur Hand geben. Also wir wollen ja, dass unsere Mitarbeiter optimal für den Berufsalltag, für das Unternehmen da sind und wissen, was sie zu tun haben in jeglichen Fragen. Und jetzt kommt ein Satz, Nicole schmutzelt schon, Nicole, warum ist Wissen so wichtig? Ja, wir können jetzt sagen, wenn man aufhört, besser zu werden, hört man auf, gut zu sein. Von Philipp Rosenthal, ich habe ihn gekauft bei Nicole in der Session. Ich sage aber ganz ehrlich, wenn ich als Unternehmen gut sein will, dann bin ich nur so gut, wie meine Mitarbeiter sind. Wenn meine Mitarbeiter optimal vorbereitet sind auf den Berufsalltag, wenn meine Mitarbeiter einen optimalen Wissensstand haben, um die Tätigkeiten, die sie haben, auszuüben, dann ist mein Unternehmen gut. Und wenn die Qualität meines Unternehmens scheiße ist, ist es meistens deswegen scheiße, weil meine Mitarbeiter nicht wissen, wie es besser geht. Und nur so gut wie meine Mitarbeiter sind, so gut ist das Unternehmen, wo ich arbeite, beziehungsweise das Unternehmen nach draußen. Und deswegen ist Wissen so wichtig und deswegen ist das Thema Lernen in dem Moment so wichtig. Was haben wir für Herausforderungen? Der eine oder andere kennt es vielleicht von euch. Wir haben Herausforderungen auf 2 Ebenen. Einmal für das Unternehmen und einmal aber auch für den Mitarbeiter. Und der Mitarbeiter wird meistens verschätzt. Unternehmen, viel habe ich jetzt noch bei Kunden und deswegen sind die Slides auch entstanden. Viele Geschäftsführer nutzen und sagen, ich weiß, was mein Mitarbeiter braucht. Und ich sage, was mein Mitarbeiter braucht, und mein Mitarbeiter braucht mir das gar nicht zu sagen. Die haben das Thema vielleicht noch gar nicht verstanden und unterschätzen das, weil sie denken noch in einer, nennen wir es, alten Denke, ich weiß, was sie brauchen und deswegen sind meine Mitarbeiter gut, aber sind vielleicht auf einem technischen Stand anders, sind vielleicht auf einem ganz anderen Produktionsstand anders und deswegen ist das sehr wichtig und hier in dem Moment komplett unterschätzt. Wissensaustausch ist rudimentär. Meine Mitarbeiter machen das schon. Ich brauche denen nichts zur Verfügung stellen, weil meine Mitarbeiter, die wissen, was die wissen müssen. Wissen, was die wissen müssen. Mein Gott, was für ein Satz. Und die wissen auch, wo die es herkriegen. Also können die sich das doch irgendwo herholen. Ist doch egal, muss ich mich nicht drum kümmern. Hab mehr Zeit für andere Themen, brauche kein Geld investieren als Unternehmen. Das ist einfach charmanter für mich. Und das ist eine große Herausforderung, erstmal diese Denken hinzukriegen, zu sagen, nee, ich muss dem was an die Hand geben. Meine Mitarbeiter brauchen Informationen. Und wir haben 2 Typen von Mitarbeitern. Wir haben den Mitarbeiter, der, wie ich oder wie viele andere von euch, deswegen sitzen wir hier, sich Wissen aneignen will, weil er irgendeine Intention hat, weil er irgendwie einen inneren Schweinehund hat, der immer sagt, ich will das Neueste wissen, ich will den neuesten Scheiß wissen, ich will irgendein neues Tool wissen. Ich weiß, was ich für meinen Arbeitstag brauche und weiß, wie ich mir dieses Wissen hole. Und wir haben den Mitarbeiter, den muss man vielleicht mal an die Hand nehmen und sagen, hör mal, für deine Rolle brauchst du das Wissen. Das Wissen findest du hier und schau dir die Videos in dieser Reihenfolge an. Wir haben halt 2 verschiedene Typen von Mitarbeitern. Wenn wir auf die Mitarbeiter noch mal ein bisschen mehr eingehen, was für Probleme haben die Mitarbeiter damit? Nicht das Thema, was wir gerade schon oder besprochen haben. Mitarbeiter haben auch das Thema oft, sie wissen gar nicht, wo der Inhalt steht. Sie wissen gar nicht, wo sie den Inhalt auffinden. Und viele Unternehmen, die sich damit schon beschäftigen mit dem Thema, wie bereite ich meinen Inhalt auf, haben meistens ein sogenanntes Intranet. Und das ist ein schwarzes Loch. Denn warum soll ich den Inhalte strukturieren? Ich gebe die rein, jeder kann sie raussuchen. Und ey, wir haben ja sowas wie eine Suche. Könnte sein wie in Google. Ich tippe was ein und finde das. Und meistens ist es so, also ich kenne es so, deswegen habe ich das reingebracht, meine Kunden kennen es so und ihr kennt es vielleicht auch so. Ist einfach nicht. Ich habe keine Möglichkeit, egal wie detailliert ich suche, dieses, was ich brauche für meinen Alltag, wiederzufinden. Und darum dreht sich hier meine ganze Session gleich. Auch, wie kriege ich Inhalte rein und wie kann ich die nachher finden und wie kann ich mir das nochmal anschauen. Was für Inhalte haben Unternehmen in der Regel? Wir reden über PowerPoint-Präsentation. Einer hat mal eine Präsentation gehalten, möchte das ablegen, damit jeder, der vielleicht neu ins Unternehmen kommt, jeder, der vielleicht die Position wechselt, auf diese Präsentation nochmal zugreifen kann. Wir haben ganz oft Unternehmen, die noch in PDF- und Word-Format was haben. Super Sache. Man kann es runterschreiben, man kann es reinfügen. Es ist aufsuchbar. In SharePoint bringt es ja mittlerweile eine Volltextsuche. Es wird wieder gefunden. Und wie trotz meistens in Excel-Format. Wir ändern ja gerade so ein bisschen. Jetzt kommt so Power BI-Richtung und ähnliches. Aber sehr häufig gerade im Intranet Excel. Total toll. Und ohne jetzt zu sagen, ja, Excel ist gut oder nicht. Ja, auch wir haben noch Reports in Excel. Aber ganz ehrlich, wenn wir mal davon sprechen, wir reden hier von, ich habe irgendwo Dokumente, ich habe irgendwo PDFs. Habt ihr Zeit, euch wirklich hinzusetzen und 20 Seiten zu lesen im Arbeitsalltag? Wir haben eine Umfrage beim Kunden gemacht und haben die Mitarbeiter gefragt und haben gesagt, wenn ich euch ein 20-Seiten-Dokument hinlege, habt ihr die Zeit dafür, euch damit zu beschäftigen, um vielleicht was Neues über eine Produktionsreihe zu erfahren oder vielleicht zu erfahren, wie man in Microsoft 365 Teams arbeitet oder ähnliches? 90% sagen, habe ich nicht. Ich bin froh, dass ich meine Aufgaben bewältigt kriege im Arbeitsalltag, dass ich meinen Arbeitsalltag gemeistert kriege und dass mir der Kunde bloß nicht auf die Füße tritt, weil ich irgendwas vergessen habe. Sie lesen sich keine 20 Seiten durch, haben Sie keine Zeit für, nehmen sich vielleicht nicht die Zeit, das ist ein anderes Thema, aber haben auch keine Zeit. Das ist ganz klar rausgekommen, die machen es nicht. Ich muss mir als Unternehmen was anderes überlegen, wie kriege ich Informationen zu meinen Mitarbeitern und wie kriege ich die Informationen so kleinkariert gestreut, dass der Mitarbeiter sich auf die Zeit dafür nimmt. Er nimmt sich keine Stunde Zeit, um ein Dokument zu lesen. Das macht er nicht. Sondern denkt vielleicht in, ich nehme jetzt wieder mein Röstmeister-Thema rein, in kleinen Kaffeepausen. Ich habe einen Kaffee, ich trinke den Kaffee, ich muss in einer Minute, kann ich mir was angucken, danach habe ich keinen Kopf mehr für dieses Thema, also will ich mir in einer Minute oder 2 Minuten einfach ein neues Themengebiet schon mal angucken. Weil es mich interessiert oder weil es für meine Rolle, die ich gerade besetze, wichtig ist. Hier kommen wir ganz klar zu, warum ist es so? Und ich habe es ja gerade schon ein bisschen erklärt, warum das so ist. Ne? Es wird auf Anhieb nicht gefunden. Wir haben einfach keine Zeit im Arbeitsalltag dafür. Wir haben aber auch unterschiedliche Lerntypen. Der eine sucht sich das raus, der andere braucht halt die gereichte Hand in dem Moment. Und ganz häufig, der Inhalt passt nicht mehr. Er ist veraltet. Ich nehme jetzt nochmal dein Buch. Entschuldigung, Nicole, dass ich so mache. Ja, wir haben ein Buch zu Teams gemacht. Das ist super für die ersten 6 Monate. Vom 7. Monat ist es auch schön. Am 8. Monat sind die Screenshots halt nicht mehr zeitgemäß. Oder der Button zum Anlegen von einem Team ist nicht mehr unten links, sondern ist jetzt oben rechts ein Plus. Oder whatever. Also wir müssen uns auch darum kümmern, dass es richtig aufbereitet ist und dass es immer aktuell ist. Und das sind halt so ein bisschen die Herausforderungen, die ein Unternehmen mittlerweile sehr häufig hat und wo es für Lösungen benötigt. Also einerseits zu sagen, es gibt kleine Inhalte, ich mache kleine Pakete, aber andererseits auch hinzukommen, dass der Mitarbeiter die Chance hat, das zu lernen, die Chance hat, sich das anzuschauen und auch die Chance kriegt, den Einstiegspunkt richtig zu finden. Ich habe mal so einen Satz reingebracht, Das ist aber jetzt auch, weil ich vom Typ so bin und deswegen sage ich das. Ich glaube mittlerweile ist es schön, wenn ich ein Dokument habe. Ich glaube auch, es ist mittlerweile ganz schön, wenn ich so ein kleines Whitepad habe mit einem One-Pager oder einem Zwei-Pager. Alles gut. Ich bin mittlerweile der Meinung, Word-Dokumente, lange, liest sich keiner durch, macht keiner. Es ist schön, dass es geschrieben ist, tut aber keiner. Und die meisten Sachen, die sich wirklich angeschaut werden, sind Videos. Ich bin ein Freund mittlerweile von Kurzvideos. Hier wird schon wieder, nein!
Absolut Gegenteil.
Okay.
Mach mir doch nicht die Mühe, Video nach 7 Minuten spannend.
Ich bin ganz bei mit nach 7 oder 10 Minuten, ich rede von Kurzvideos. 1, 2 Minuten. Genau dieser knackige Punkt und nicht, ich mache jetzt das, was ich in einem 20-Seiten-Dokument habe, in 30 Minuten Video. Würde ich mir auch nicht machen.
Also das call ich doch schneller als Text durch, als das jetzt Video.
Ist vielleicht auch lerntypenabhängig jetzt wieder. Bei mir ist es so tatsächlich, und ich habe sehr gute Erfahrungen mit dem Thema gemacht, auch bei Kunden, auch bei kleinen wie großen Kunden, dass die Videos eher geschaut werden, als sich ihren Page anzuschauen. Aber ganz wichtig ist, kurze Videos und nicht diese langen 30, 40, 50 Minuten Videos. Was hat sich im Thema Video, und jetzt komme ich nochmal auf das Thema Video, weil wir reden ja gleich über Viva Learnings und das hat auch so ein bisschen was mit Video zu tun. Was hat sich da stark verändert und warum ist jetzt gerade Viva Learnings ein sehr gutes Tool dafür geworden ist? Wir haben früher Stream gehabt. Stream Classic kennt jeder, ist jetzt abgekündigt, ich weiß, fliegt jetzt bald raus. War super, man kann Videos hochladen, man kann Videos direkt aufzeichnen als Mitarbeiter und ich habe mit Stream eine Plattform gehabt, das zu tun. Stream konnte ich anzeigen in einem Intranet. Wenn ich das möchte, sehr umständlich, weil ich habe das Video hochgeladen, ich brauchte den Link zum Video, ich muss einen Webpart platzieren, ich muss einen Text dazu schreiben und irgendwie habe ich dann ein Video drin, wenn ich Glück habe. Aber ich muss es immer manuell tun. Jetzt hat Microsoft Viva Learnings erfunden. Platziert, eingerichtet etc. Und mit Viva Learnings sowas gemacht wie, es gibt nicht mehr Stream Classic, sondern wir integrieren Stream in SharePoint Online. Das heißt, ich bin in der Lage, als Unternehmen eine Dokumentenbibliothek, mehrere Dokumentenbibliotheken oder Ordner zu haben, wo ich Inhalte ablege. Es muss nicht unbedingt ein Video sein, es kann auch ein PDF sein, ein Word-Dokument, eine PowerPoint, eine Excel, whatever. Es kann auch ein externer Link auf Google oder so sein, lege diese in eine Bibliothek, kann diese noch mit Zugriff berechtigen und Microsoft kümmert sich mit einer Synchronisierung dazu, dass dieser Inhalt in Viva Learnings landet. Das heißt, ich muss nicht mehr schauen, auf welcher SharePoint-Seite liegt das oder wo springe ich in welche SharePoint-Seite rein, in welchen Untiefen das in meinem SharePoint liegt, sondern ich habe Viva Learnings mit einer grafischen Aufbereitung, mit einer Zoom-Engine dahin und Microsoft kümmert sich um die über die Connection für das Bild, Text, whatever ich hinter dem Video oder dem Lerninhalt nachher platziere, auch in Viva Learnings steht. Das heißt, ich muss nicht mehr manuell tun, es ist automatisiert. Und jetzt ist das Beste, das kommt jetzt gleich in den Benefits, das Ganze kostenlos. Ihr habt es schon da. Ihr könnt es einfach nutzen. Denn was sind die Vorteile? Ich kann mein Wissen im Unternehmen verteilen. Ich kann es so verteilen, dass der Mitarbeiter auch weiß, wo finde ich dieses Wissen. Also er hat einen Einstiegspunkt und da hat er alles mit Suchengine drin. Ich muss nichts mehr manuell aufbereiten, wenn ich sage, hier liegt das Video, da brauche ich noch einen Text zu, da muss ich noch eine Verlinkung oder ähnliches, sondern ich habe alles automatisiert vom SharePoint aus. Wichtig ist der Punkt, ich nehme es gerade nochmal auf, Videos sollten auf das Minimale gekürzt sein. Ich brauche kein 30 Minuten langes Video. Kurze Funktionsvideos haben sich mittlerweile bei meinen Kunden zumindest sehr bewährt. Und das Ganze, diese Funktion habt ihr bereits in Viva Learnings im Standard. Viva hat ja 2 Pakete, einmal kostenlos und einmal, da müsst ihr was zahlen, habt ihr ein bisschen mehr Features drin. Kostenlos dabei für eine SharePoint Site Collection. SharePoint Site Collection ist halt eine Seite im SharePoint. Darunter könnt ihr aber so viele Bibliotheken nehmen, wie ihr wollt. Darunter könnt ihr so viele Ordner machen, wie ihr wollt. Vollkommen okay. Ihr könnt es noch berechtigen, damit das eine Video für den einen gesehen wird oder nicht. Auch sowas habt ihr als Möglichkeit. Aber es ist schon da. Ihr müsst es nur nutzen und aktivieren. Um jetzt mal die Vorteile rauszunehmen, um mal zu sagen, wie, also das zu festigen, was ich gerade gesagt habe, würde ich sagen, lasst uns doch einfach mal in eine Demo reinschauen. Wer von euch kennt schon Viva Learnings? Schon mitgearbeitet? Erfahrung gesammelt? Gut, schlecht?
eher schlecht tatsächlich bei der Einrichtung, zumindest in so Testtenants oder so, mit der Schablonenbibliothek, bis die Durchsuchung klappt und so, muss ich sagen, fand ich sehr herausfordernd. Also,
okay. Wann das letzte Mal gemacht?
Boah, das mag jetzt 4 bis 6 Wochen her sein, vielleicht. Okay. Also doch, das schon relativ. Also wie gesagt, das finde ich eher herausfordernd.
Okay, schauen wir uns das.
Das funktioniert. Die Einrichtung per se ist einfach, ne? Aber läuft es halt wieder nicht oder nicht so.
Ja. Schauen wir uns gerne gleich noch an im Detail. Also Viva Learnings, für alle, die es noch nicht kennen oder gesehen haben, Viva Learnings ist eine App und nur über Teams erreichbar. Das heißt, es ist eine App in Teams. Viva Learnings könnt ihr nicht von irgendwo anders runterladen, sondern wirklich nur aus Teams. Wenn ihr Viva Learnings nicht findet unter dem Bereich 3 Punkte und über die Suche oder Ähnlichem, dann solltet ihr euren Administrator mal fragen, ob der vielleicht die App gerade deaktiviert hat für alle, weil das Unternehmen das nicht möchte. Auch sowas ist möglich. Prinzipiell ist es aber erstmal aktiviert. Das heißt, der Administrator ist vorher hingegangen, hat es per se ausgeschaltet. Kann eine Unternehmensrichtlinie oder Ähnlichem sein, das ist immer eine Frage. Wenn ihr Viva Learnings habt, seht ihr, ich versuche es mal ein bisschen groß zu machen, dieses schöne Symbol. Das lässt sich auch erstmal gar nicht ändern, aber das ist das Symbol von Viva Learnings. Und mit Viva Learnings öffnet sich die App, die ihr gerade seht bei mir. Im Kontext, was ist in der App alles drin? Ihr habt einerseits hier oben einen kleinen Bereich, ich nenne ihn gerne Willkommen-Screen, wo ihr oben rechts die Suche habt. Da könnt ihr nachsuchen, das ist eine Volltextsuche und ihr sucht euch alle Inhalte, die ihr findet. Daneben habt ihr den Bereich, der euch eher betrifft. Ihr seht jetzt meinen Namen Ferdi drin. Hier sehe ich, welche Videos habe ich mir angeheftet. Ich kann Videos mir markieren und umheften. Welche Videos schaue ich mir gerade an und habe die, warum auch immer, irgendwo zwischendrin gestoppt. Das Telefon hat geklingelt und ich bin nicht weitergekommen. Üblicher Fall. Ja? Und wo gibt es vielleicht weitere Kurse, wo ich mir Lesezeichen gemacht habe? Daneben im rechten Bereich, willkommen bei Viva Learnings steht hier, hat der Administrator die Chance, vielleicht wichtige Unternehmensvideos euch nochmal als Mitarbeiter prägnant zu machen. Das machen bei mir Kunden ganz gerne, wenn es sich darum geht, Arbeitssicherheitsschulungen. Einmal im Jahr muss mein Unternehmen meistens eine Arbeitssicherheitsmaßnahme gemacht werden. Viele Unternehmen bei mir machen es mittlerweile über PDF, Video oder was auch immer. Und hier habe ich die Chance, genau zu diesem Zeitpunkt prägnant jedem zu zeigen, bitte hier, das ist das nächste, wo ihr euch drum kümmert. Und es ist einfach zu sehen, dass es gemacht wird. Darunter habe ich das ganze Thema, ich kann mir Interessen hinterlegen und aufgrund der Interessen geht Viva Learnings oder Microsoft im Hintergrund hin und bringt euch Videovorschläge. Videovorschläge für die Inhalte, die Viva Learnings auch wirklich hat. Also das heißt, es muss den Inhalt kennen, damit es euch vorschlagen kann. Aber prinzipiell kriegt ihr Vorschläge und die sehen zum Beispiel hier so aus. Das sind halt aufgrund meiner Interessen gewisse Videovorschläge. Und darunter befindet sich der ganze Inhalt, den ihr in Viva Learnings haben könnt oder habt bereits. Und hier seht ihr die Seite der M365. Restmeister ist eine SharePoint-Seite. Also ich kann eine SharePoint-Seite, die ich als Unternehmen hoste, dafür verwenden, um Inhalte reinzuspielen. Und ihr seht auch in den Inhalten drin, es kann ein Video sein, dann seht ihr das unten, dass es Video ist. Es kann aber auch eine PDF sein oder eine externe URL. Das heißt, von hier aus springe ich irgendwo ins Intranet rein, wenn ich das möchte. Und neben den eigenen Inhalten habt ihr dann in der kostenlosen Version, sollte man sagen, das Thema LinkedIn Learning, 500 Videos. Nein, ihr dürft nicht definieren, welche Videos das sind, sondern es ist Zufall. Ich sehe 500, die Nicole in dem Moment würde andere 500 sehen und der Mitarbeiter, der links neben mir sitzt und gerade beim Kaffee trinken bei mir im Gespräch ist, sieht wieder ganz andere Videos. Also das heißt auch nicht fürs Unternehmen genau die 500, sondern sobald einer aufruft, werden Basis 500 genau. Und ich habe das ganze Thema Microsoft Learn und Microsoft Training mit drin. Also das heißt, Microsoft stellt euch hier sein ganzes Lernmaterial zur Verfügung. Wenn mir das nicht ausreicht, kann ich immer noch in die kostenpflichtige Version springen und habe mittlerweile über 10 Learning-Anbieter. Aber hier, Vorsicht, Obacht, sage ich mal ganz gerne, ihr könnt die aktivieren und ihr müsst 5 Euro oder 4 Euro noch was pro Person bezahlen, damit ihr diese Learning-Anbieter reinziehen könnt. Aber dass ihr die Learning-Anbieter kriegt, also es ist ja auch das Video vom Pluralsites oder ähnlichen kriegt in eurer, müsst ihr auch nochmal lizenzieren. Und ihr werdet auch nicht alle LinkedIn Learning Videos finden, wenn ihr nicht für LinkedIn Learning selbst lizenziert sind. Das heißt, es ist immer so ein bisschen die, ich nenne es immer ganz gerne Kostenfalle. Ja, es ist schön. Ihr könnt natürlich auch noch ganz viel anderes machen, dann komme ich gleich nochmal zu. Aber letztendlich, dass ihr die Videos erhaltet, müsst ihr auch noch bezahlen.
Freemium-Modell.
Ja, genau das. Ein Inhalt selbst, wenn wir uns den mal anschauen, hat eine gewisse Struktur. Ein Inhalt selbst ist aufgebaut, er hat immer ein Bild, wenn ich eins parat habe dafür, und das wird hier angezeigt. So ein bisschen der Eye-Catcher, damit der Mitarbeiter weiß, wo es hin ist. Ein Video hat einen Titel, in der Regel, wo liegt es, wer hat es gemacht, in welcher Sprache, wenn ich das noch eingerichtet habe, wie ist eine Bewertung, also das heißt, ihr könnt auch Videos bewerten und damit werden die höher priorisiert oder weniger priorisiert, und ihr habt einen Text, gerade bei mir so ein bisschen Englisch, weil ich vor einer Woche noch ein englisches Session gehalten habe, deswegen mixt sich das ein bisschen, und ich habe einen Text. Darüber habe ich das Thema, ich kann das teilen, das heißt, ich kann dieses Video mit meinen Mitarbeitern teilen und könnte ihm rein theoretisch per Teams-Chat schreiben, ey, ich habe hier voll das tolle Video gesehen, das ist für dich wichtig. Oder ich bin die Führungskraft in dem Moment und sage, hier, das solltest du dir nochmal anschauen. Letzte Woche hast du beim Kunden die Rhetorik versagt oder du hast eine Präsentation gehalten, die war nicht so im CI von uns, deswegen gebe ich dir nochmal den kleinen Hinweis. Der Nachfrage, schau dir doch bitte das, muss nicht immer Video sein, oder das PDF an oder was auch immer, um das CI zu machen. Ich kann ihn aber anteasern über eine Plattform, die er schon kennt. Und muss jetzt nicht hingehen und sagen, URL rauskopieren, E-Mail schreiben, Text verfassen, möglichst noch freundlich den Text verfassen, damit er sich nicht noch Schutz gekriegt fühlt und sondern kann das ganz normal machen. Denn es ist integriert. Und ihr seht es hier, ne, ich kann mir halt Lesezeichen setzen, sodass ich mir auch Sachen markieren kann, wenn ich sage, okay, schaffe ich heute nicht, aber ich möchte mir den Inhalt behalten, möchte ihn einfach bekannt nicht. Sobald ich Zeit habe, sobald ich mir Zeit nehme, diesen Inhalt noch. Wenn ich den Inhalt sehen möchte, klicke ich einfach entweder auf das große Bild oder auf Öffnen, also das ist total egal, wie ihr es macht, und damit komme ich auf den Inhalt. Das ist wie bei Learning so im Groben und Ganzen mal ganz gesprochen. Viel interessanter finde ich, und jetzt gehe ich gleich auch nochmal auf deine Frage ein, etc. Was habe ich denn für Möglichkeiten? Wenn ich mir die Viva Learnings Administration mal angucke, und dafür springe ich mal einen Schritt zurück. Also das heißt, ich bin jetzt auf portal.office.com gegangen zum Beispiel und switche mal in die Administration. Das kann natürlich nur ein Administrator. Bei Viva Learnings könnt ihr aber, neuestes Feature ist gerade da, könnt ihr als Administrator sagen, es gibt einen Wissensmanager. Ganz ehrlich, der Administrator weiß nicht immer, was er freischalten muss oder so. Vielleicht ist es die HR-Abteilung, vielleicht ist es das Marketing oder welche Abteilung auch immer, die weiß es besser. Dann könnt ihr diese als Wissensmanager hinterlegen und hat halt ein Wissensmanager auch die Chance, Lerninhalte scharf zu schalten oder nicht scharf zu schalten. Also er kann quasi Administrationstätigkeiten im kleineren Levelbereich machen.
Weißt du zufällig, wie weit Microsoft damit ist, dem Wissensadministrator diese weitreichenden SharePoint-Berechtigungen wieder wegzunehmen? Weil, also derzeit hat der Wissensadmin SharePoint komplett Vollrechte, ne? Also auf der Grundebene, wenn ich mir die Berechtigungsstruktur angucke, hat er quasi löschen, bearbeiten, erstellen von Seiten. Er kann das aber im gesamten SharePoint machen. Weißt du?
Auf der Site Collection kann man es machen.
Nee, tatsächlich von der Berechtigung her, zumindest so wie sie in den Microsoft Stocks drin steht, kann der Wissensadministrator auf allen SharePoint-Seiten tatsächlich die Berechtigung durchführen. Weißt du, wie weit die daran arbeiten?
Boah, das weiß ich jetzt auswendig nicht.
Na, weißt du, was
Ich hätte jetzt mal vermutet, dass der komplett SharePoint-Admin sein muss, damit er überhaupt die Möglichkeit hat, alles freizugeben.
Ja.
Also das, was man als fachlicher Admin eigentlich kennt, dass man nicht Inhalt bearbeiten kann, aber trotzdem managen kann, das gibt es in der Microsoft-Welt eigentlich so nicht.
Das Problem, was ich halt einfach sehe, ist, Entschuldigung.
Nee,
mein Problem, was ich halt einfach sehe, ist, wenn ich eine Knowledge-Admin rausgebe oder Knowledge-Manager und der hat diese weitreichenden Berechtigungen im SharePoint, dann macht es mir halt jegliche Berechtigungsstruktur eigentlich kaputt. Ja? Also das ist nicht nach dem Motto, hier liest Privilege, sondern der hat halt einfach, also wäre ich bei dir, wenn es nur auf diese Collection bezogen wäre, aber also wie gesagt, Microsoft Docs sagt halt einfach auf der obersten Ebene, SharePoint-Ebene, auf alle Entitäten, volle Berechtigung. Dann habe ich damit tatsächlich als Admin ein Problem. Ne?
Ich prüfe das gerne mal nach. Ja. Also ich kenne es nur von der Site Collection und nicht als Global Admin.
Aber können wir gerne.
Ja, also als Global SharePoint Admin, lassen wir es gerne im Nachgang mal und wir bleiben im Kontakt dahin, das gucke ich mir gerne mal an.
Okay.
Weil, ja, zur Synchronisierung braucht er, aber meines Wissens nur braucht er Site Collection Admin Recht. Also er muss halt auf der Site Collection was dürfen, weil sonst kann er es nicht synchronisieren.
Wie gesagt, also
ich kenne es jetzt nicht, dass er da SharePoint Global hat.
Ich habe halt einfach das Problem, also allgemein an diesen neuen Knowledge Admin und neuen Manager, ist ja nicht nur für Learning, sondern ist ja auch in den Topics ja
genau das Topics ist genau.
Genau. Und deswegen, also das, womit wir uns halt beschäftigt haben, wo wir jetzt.
Aber du kannst für Viva Learnings und Topics unterschiedlich administrieren.
Okay.
Also das ist ja definitiv so. Du definitiv sagst ja nicht, wir haben einen Knowledge Manager für einen, sondern du sagst, in Viva Learnings ist es der und in Topics ist es der.
Okay. Aber lass uns
sowas kannst du. Okay. Also, wo finde ich diese Administration von Viva Learnings? Ich gehe ins Admin-Portal rein, admin.microsoft.com geht auch und habe den Bereich Setup. Und im Bereich Setup, auch ein bisschen zu lang, verbirgt sich hier mein ganzes Thema Microsoft Viva Setup. Und im Microsoft Viva Setup, je nachdem, habt ihr lizenziert oder nicht, seht ihr halt mehr oder weniger. Bei mir ist es halt, in meiner Demo ist es halt keine Lizenzversion, deswegen sehe ich Topics nicht, sondern alles nur die Viva-Features, die auch kostenfrei sind. In Viva Learning selbst, wenn ich da mal reingehe und mir das ganze Thema angucke, haben wir auch hier das neue Design, was Microsoft ja jetzt auf alle Vivas-Features zieht. Und ich habe hier die Möglichkeit, gewisse Inhalte oder gewisse Bestimmungen für Viva Learnings zu machen. Unter anderem kann ich hier im ersten Punkt einrichten, ja, welche Quellen, Source-Quellen, soll ich denn jetzt alles anzapfen? Also das heißt, ich kann ihm hier schon sagen, was sollst du nehmen? Und was ich damit machen kann, und das ist das, was ich euch zeigen wollte, und für die, die draußen in dem Video sind, ihr habt hier die Chance, SharePoint zu integrieren. Ihr könnt auch sagen, ich will Linke nicht und Trainings nicht. Wenn ihr sagt, das bringt uns nicht, weil was soll ich mir Grundlagen in Teams anschauen, wenn ich eine Governance habe, wenn ich die Richtlinie habe, die ganz anders ist als die Grundlage, dann mache ich es am besten weg und bringe eigene Videos oder eigene Lerninhalte dazu, um diese Grundlage zu fördern, weil es eine andere Arbeitsweise ist.
Das heißt, was du über SharePoint reinsteuern kannst, ist eine Site Collection, die dann die Lerninhalte des gesamten Unternehmens organisiert haben muss.
Und ja, du kannst genau eine Site Collection, nicht zwei, nicht drei, nicht vier, aber innerhalb der Site Collection kannst du so viele Bibliotheken oder so viele Ordner machen, um das zu gliedern, zu strukturieren oder auch zu berechtigen, wie du möchtest. Lernpfade sind ein Feature, was Premium ist, also was kostenpflichtig ist, das kannst du damit auch tun. Im Endeffekt rede ich gerade mal über die Low-Budget-Version, so würde ich es ja nennen. Was habt ihr für Möglichkeiten? Dann sind es wirklich Berechtigungslevel. Ne? Also du sagst, das Marketing darf die Videos sehen, aber der Fertigungsmitarbeiter unten darf es nicht sehen. Dass man das über Berechtigungswege schiebt.
Kann ich das auch an eine einzelne App binden? Also wenn ich dann selber eine Teams-App geschrieben habe und sage, ich will Videos zu der Teams-App genau an die Benutzer oder die berechtigten Leute für die Teams-App machen, kann man sowas konfigurieren?
In dem Moment würdest du hingehen, ich zeige euch das gleich nochmal, würdest die Videos bereitstellen.
Ja.
Genau. Bibliothek, in einem Ordner, was auch immer. Und dahinter arbeitest du am besten mit irgendwelchen Gruppen etc., wo du sagst, jetzt kommen die Leute rein, die dürfen das sehen und jetzt nehme ich die Rechte wieder weg und dann dürfen die Videos nicht mehr sehen. In der kostenlosen Version. Wenn wir über die kostenpflichtige reden, dann habt ihr noch sowas wie, ich kann Lernpaths machen, also Lernpfade, die explizit für gewisse Mitarbeiter sind, die ich dann wiederum in Viva Learnings berechtigen kann und sagen kann, okay, meine Marketing-Mitarbeiter sehen die Videos, meine Fertigungsmitarbeiter sehen die Videos und ich mache Lernpfade. Das ist aber tatsächlich kostenpflichtig und das heißt pro Benutzer 5 €. In der kostenlosen Version, so mache ich es bei Kunden, weil in den meisten Fällen reicht das erstmal für den Start. Ist es dann die Bibliothek oder der Ordner, dann liegen irgendwelche Microsoft-Gruppen dahinter und der Admin schubst halt dementsprechend die Leute da rein, die Zugriff drauf kriegen.
Eingebettete YouTube-Videos sehen ja auch viele als kostengünstige Lernmöglichkeiten.
Ja, Videos kannst du einbetten von YouTube.
Okay, also direkt zum Anklicken.
Komme ich jetzt gleich gerne nochmal drauf. Kriegen wir rein. Also hier, ganz wichtig, kann der Admin oder Wissensmanager genau eine Site Collection hinterlegen und was auf der Site Collection ist, wie euch strukturiert. Wenn wir uns das mal angucken, und auch das habe ich natürlich versucht vorzubereiten für euch. Ich gehe jetzt mal auf die Seite, die gerade eben bei mir als Lernplattformseite definiert ist, also die für mich in der Synchronisierung ist. Und wenn wir über die Synchronisierung ist es ganz wichtig, 3 Dinge zu wissen. Machen wir vielleicht auch noch 2. Der erste Sync-Lauf, wenn ihr Glück habt, ist der in einer Stunde durch. Wenn ihr Pech habt, wie ich, braucht das 24 Stunden. Das könnt ihr nicht beeinflussen. Also wenn ihr den angetriggert habt und merkt, oh, da kommt nichts, wartet vielleicht einfach mal einen Tag und guckt mal, was da ist. Also das hat mich Stunden gekostet und kann ja nicht sein. Aber es ist manchmal so, Microsoft steckt man nicht drin. Ganz wichtig. Und wenn ihr neue Videos platziert, alle 3 Stunden nach dem ersten Lauf läuft ein Nach-Sync-Lauf. Das läuft alle 3 Stunden. Das heißt, wenn ihr das Video hochgeladen habt, kann es manchmal bis zu 3 Stunden dauern. Wenn ihr das eher haben wollt, kann der Wissensmanager oder der Admin diesen Sync manuell antriggern. Also einmal sagt, alles synchronisieren oder nur Teile synchronisieren. Das geht auch, aber das muss dann einer manuell tun. Sonst braucht es 2 Stunden. Im Prinzip war das aber bei keinem meiner Unternehmen bisher wichtig. Die haben gesagt, wenn ich das präsentiere, dann muss nicht innerhalb von einer Minute direkt gesehen werden, weil in der Regel kommt eine Kommunikation dazu über das Intranet etc. Und das braucht ja auch noch. Wenn wir uns mal anschauen, was passiert im Hintergrund, wenn ich die erste Synchronisierung eingerichtet habe, wenn ich quasi den Link hinterlegt habe mit, ey, hier, bitte, jetzt möchte ich SharePoint auf der Site Collection synchronisieren, erhaltet ihr eine Liste, die nennt sich Learning App Content Repository. Ganz wichtig. In dieser Liste definiert ihr, welche Dokumentenbibliothek oder welchen Ordner ihr gerne nach Viva Learning synchronisieren wollt. Ich ziehe es euch auch gerne größer an. Einfacher für euch. Hier ist nur definiert, wie heißt meine Liste? Das ist ein Titel, den dürft ihr wählen, frei. Der muss nicht identisch sein mit dem, ihr heißt. Und dahinter einmal die URL, wo der Folder liegt. Wenn ihr die URL nicht kennt, geht auf den Ordner drauf, durch die oben aus dem Browser, kopiert die rein. Microsoft macht manchmal dann eine Short-URL daraus, das macht Microsoft automatisiert, das muss euch nicht stören, lasst es einfach so laufen, funktioniert. Wenn ihr das nicht definiert habt, synchronisiert ihr gar nichts, weil Viva Learnings guckt auf diese Liste und auf keine andere. Das muss man einfach wissen. Wenn ihr das getan habt, ich habe jetzt mal hier 4 Listen synchronisiert, es könnten noch weniger oder mehr sein, kommt drauf an, fängt Viva Learnings an, eure Listen zu synchronisieren. Ihr seht jetzt hier gleich bei mir. Bei mir kommen die Inhalte, wenn ich jetzt mal auf Content Learning gehe. Ich habe eine Bibliothek Content Learning, die synchronisiere ich und in der Content Learning gibt es vielleicht noch mal eine Abweichung mit, hier steht was für englische Mitarbeiter drin oder hier steht mein generelles Videomaterial. Wenn ich auf Videomaterial gehe, um mir mal anzuschauen, wie das aussieht, ich habe hier wieder eine ähnliche Listenstruktur, aber es ist ein Dokument, was da ist, also eine Dokumentstruktur. Und ich kann hier einerseits Videos hochladen, da seht ihr ein schönes Symbol des Videos. Ich kann aber auch hingehen und kann ein PDF hochladen, dann kriegt ihr ein PDF. Es könnte ein Word sein, dann ist es halt ein anderes Icon. Und externe Wechsel. Das kann auch YouTube sein. Das ist gar kein Thema. Und wenn es YouTube ist und ihr klickt drauf, öffnet ihr euch YouTube direkt in Viva Learnings. Wenn es ein anderer Link ist und ihr klickt drauf, geht der rüber gegebenenfalls auf die neue Seite. Aber YouTube integriert ihr direkt in Viva Learnings. Ihr müsst es aber tun. Und jetzt? Ja?
Die Berechtigungsstruktur nochmal einmal, die greift auf der Ebene höher, nicht auf die einzelnen hochgeladenen Videos, oder?
Also, ihr seid hier bei SharePoint-Berechtigung.
Ja.
Die SharePoint-Berechtigung könnt ihr bis auf Item-Ebene ziehen.
Ja.
Wenn ihr so, also ich könnte sagen, dieses PDF darf nur der Ferdi sehen und kein anderer. Das funktioniert.
Okay, ja.
Ihr habt aber in der Bibliothek maximal 5000 individuelle Berechtigungen. Das heißt, wenn ihr 5000 Videos habt und jedes Video anders berechtigt, funktioniert nachher auch nicht mehr. Und dementsprechend synchronisiert er nicht mehr.
Ja.
Deswegen gebe ich immer den Tipp, wenn ihr sowas habt, entweder baut ihr Ordner oder ihr baut Bibliotheken auf, die bestimmte Zielgruppen haben und diese berechtigt werden.
Okay.
Aber bitte nicht auf Item-Ebene. Item-Ebene, erstens, der Admin überblickt es gar nicht mehr. Der kriegt es nicht mehr hin. Der weiß nachher nicht mehr, warum ist mein Meier Müller nachher nicht in der Lage, das Video zu sehen, aber der fährt schon. Also der administriert sich tot. Deswegen, wenn ihr sagt, ihr macht was mit Berechtigung, Ordner oder Bibliotheksebene berechtigen. Und das sind Standard-SharePoint-Berechtigungen. Also jeder, der mal mit SharePoint-Berechtigung zu tun hatte, weiß, wie schön und wie unschön das ist, aber es funktioniert.
Das heißt,
und wichtig, nächstes Thema, was wichtig ist, wenn ich eine Bibliothek habe und Berechtigung auf die Bibliothek setze, ich kann nicht den Ferdi als Person raussetzen. Ich muss immer mit Gruppen arbeiten. Immer mit Gruppen, weil nur Gruppen werden synchronisiert und berechtigungstechnisch abhängig. Macht aber auch Sinn, weil das Video nicht für eine Person ist, weil dann kann ich dem einfach das Video anheften, sondern in der Regel für eine Rollen-, Gruppen-, Funktion oder ähnlichen Thematik. Ja? Aber das könnt ihr. Wie gesagt, Externe Links funktionieren genauso wie Dokumente und genauso wie Videos, die ich hier habe. Und auch das ganze Thema, ich teile über einen Teamchat, sage, bitte schau dir das Video an, funktioniert genauso mit externen Inhalten wie mit PDFs oder ähnlichem. Was aber hier noch wichtig ist, was ich euch gerne noch mitgeben möchte, und ich muss ein bisschen auf die Zeit achten, ist, wenn ihr eine Dokumentenbibliothek anlegt, hat die Dokumentenbibliothek in der Regel diese Spalten. Also das heißt für unsere Zuschauer hier gerade, die Spalten bis Modified. Das ganze Thema Content Description, Submail, URL und Ähnlichem hat die Standardbibliothek nicht. Das ist aber wichtig, wenn ihr euren Lerninhalt, die wir ihn hier gesehen haben, jetzt nochmal auf wieder Learning, hier mit weiteren Informationen versorgen wollt. Denn diese Informationen kommen aus den zusätzlichen Spalten, die ich da hinten angelegt habe. Die Beschreibung ist die Description. Das Bild ist die Submail-URL. Das ist ganz wichtig für euch zu wissen. Und nur dann funktioniert das. Und wenn ich jetzt hier ein Feld mache mit Description, würde ich ja sagen, ja cool, ich habe eine Description, deswegen schafft er das. Nein. Wichtig ist, dass ihr einen genauen internal Name des Spalten habt. Also die muss auch wirklich Content Description oder Submail Web URL heißen beim Anlegen, weil sonst wird es nicht synchronisiert. Dazu gibt es einen Microsoft Learn Artikel übrigens, wo genau definiert ist, wie die Spalten zu heißen haben.
Managed Metadata würde doch keinen Sinn machen, wird das berücksichtigen?
Managed Metadaten kannst du zum Beispiel hier bei den Skill-Tags bauen. Was kannst du machen? Die muss aber Skill-Tag heißen, die Spalte. Wichtig ist der Name. Der ist halt das Wichtige. Und die Skill-Tag-Spalte ist auch wichtig, weil das gleich da mit den Interessen, die der Mitarbeiter hat. Damit der ist wichtig. Und hier noch einen kleinen weiteren Hinweis für euch. Somit sind wir heute, wenn ihr mit Bildern arbeitet, und ich würde euch vorschlagen, macht Bilder, weil es sieht nichts schlimmer aus, als wenn da so ein Standard, einfaches Bild, ich glaube, bei einer URL ist es einfach nur so ein Weltatlas, den man so kennt. Es sieht halt doof aus. Diese Bilder dürfen nicht in SharePoint liegen.
Okay.
Das funktioniert nur, wenn die öffentlich liegen. Irgendwo auf einer gehosteten FTP-Server oder einer Website oder ähnlich. Deswegen seht ihr hier, meine Bilder stammen alle von meiner Homepage ferdi-leben.de, sonst synchronisiert ihr die nicht. Warum auch immer. Den Bug habe ich aber übrigens schon an Microsoft gemeldet, dass die da mal was machen. Ich weiß nicht warum, aber aktuell funktioniert es nicht, wenn man Bild in der SharePoint. Nur damit ihr das wisst, wird sich noch ändern. Also den Bug haben auch andere schon gemeldet, deswegen bin ich da ganz entspannt. Aber das ist wichtig zu wissen, weil sonst denkt ihr, boah, jetzt synchronisiert ihr wieder mein Bild nicht, was ist denn da los? Und warum synchronisiert ihr das nicht? Hier dran wisst ihr, warum das so ist. Also es muss irgendwo öffentlich. Das sind so die Lessons learned, die für mich auch für euch immer so ein bisschen wichtig sind. Das ganze Thema, ne? Was wollt ihr, wo wollt ihr hin? Generell wichtig, ihr habt Inhalte, die können von PDF bis Word bis einem externen Link, wie ihr gesehen habt, haben. Ihr könnt auch Videos reinposten. Für manche, die sagen, ich kann nicht Videos oder das ist nichts fürs Unternehmen, ne? Auch da habt ihr den Mix, habt ihr drin. Und dieses wird nach Viva Learnings synchronisiert. Nächstes Thema, was wichtig ist.
Weil da steht ja, habe ich mir angeguckt oder Video geguckt oder so, ist jetzt ein Button.
Ja, du hast im Endeffekt das, was hast du in Bearbeitung. Ich habe jetzt gerade nichts in Bearbeitung, ich habe aber hier meine Lesezeichen gestellt. Ne? Das sind halt
Wie weit
Lesezeichen.
spielt das zurück über das Form in ein LMS, wenn zum Beispiel Brandschutz oder...
Aktuell noch nicht.
Ja.
Microsoft baut aber an einem LMS-System dahinter, was ein bisschen was mehr kann, wie ein richtiges LMS-System. Es wird auf jeden Fall in Zukunft was kommen, aber aktuell hat man es nicht. Was man hier machen kann, ist, dass man in dem Text mit URLs arbeitet. Also so mache ich es bei Kunden, weil es einfach ist. Und ich hänge hier einfach eine Microsoft Formular dahinter, also eine Microsoft Forms, die halt abfragt, weil gerade fürs HR und gerade im Bereich Arbeitssicherheit ist es immer wichtig, dass die Personalabteilung nachher einen Schritt hat, dass auch wirklich teilgenommen ist, aber dass es auch verstanden ist, was da passiert. Es ist nicht einfach teilgenommen, tick weg. Ja, und das machen wir tatsächlich bei Kunden aktuell mit Forms, weil Viva Learnings das LMS-Feature noch nicht hat. Ja, es ist drin, steht auch auf der Roadmap, dass es kommen sollte, aber ganz ehrlich, auf der Roadmap stand, es kommt im Januar und jetzt ist es nochmal verschoben worden. Irgendwo gibt es da Trouble, die brauchen halt gerade noch etwas. Wird aber kommen. Was das angeht.
Kann ich bei Viva Learnings irgendwie dann nachvollziehen, wer welches Video angeschaut hat? Also gerade weil du das Beispiel gesagt hast, mit Arbeitsschutzunterweisung und so, dann will ich ja dann wissen, haben alle meine Kollegen es gesehen.
Bin ich dabei? In der kostenlosen Version nicht. In der bezahlpflichtigen Version habt ihr die Lernpfade und weitere Features drin. Da habt ihr zum Beispiel Features, dass ich Videos empfehlen kann, meinen Kollegen. Und das wird auch getrackt, ob der das Video angeschaut. Es wird nicht getrackt, dass der jetzt bis zum Ende geschaut hat oder so, sondern einfach, dass er es gemacht hat. Und wenn er sagt, abgeschlossen, würde man auch sehen, okay, es ist wirklich abgeschlossen. Also das schon, aber dafür müsst ihr die bezahlpflichtige Version haben. Das ist nicht in der kostenlosen. Wenn ihr sowas in der kostenlosen Version machen wollt, ist es dann möglich, das Formular mit Fragen aufgebaut und ihr seht anhand der Fragen, okay, ihr braucht auch kein Formular, ihr könnt auch Quizzes machen, dann macht ihr Punktzahlen pro richtige und falsche Antwort und anhand der Punktzahlen kriegst, ich sag jetzt mal, schickt ihr Mails raus mit, ey, du hast bestanden oder du hast nicht bestanden und das gleiche könnt ihr widerspiegeln in sämtlichen anderen Systemen. Also da seid ihr relativ frei. Gibt es sonst noch gerade Fragen? Das ist schon mal gut. Wichtig, ich rede gerade nur über die kostenlose Version, weil ich glaube, die hat schon ganz viel drin. Und bei mir ist es halt das Thema, immer wenn ich zum Kundenfrage komme und der sagt, ja, ich brauche ein LNS-System, frage ich als erstes, was braucht ihr denn? Und in der Regel bei gerade kleinen mittelständischen Unternehmen reicht das schon zu 90% aus. Es ist natürlich, es gibt immer 10%, wo man sagt, nee, geht gar nicht. Alles gut. Aber zu 90% hilft das und das ist kostenlos dabei. Und deswegen habe ich auch die Session hier gemacht, wo ich sage, das ist einfach ein Feature, was total unterschätzt ist, was nicht genommen wird, weil man denkt, man braucht immer was mehr im Unternehmen als das, was wirklich da ist. Und warum sollte man nicht erstmal das nutzen, was da ist? Auf die Idee. Was habt ihr in der kostenpflichtigen Version, um das nochmal kurz euch zu sagen? Ich könnte noch eine Demo, aber das packe ich jetzt gerade nicht raus. In der kostenpflichtigen Version habt ihr sowas drin wie Lernpfade, wie das ihr auch protokollieren könnt, sind Lernpfade eingehalten worden, machen die Mitarbeiter das. Ich kann Empfehlungen machen als HR-Abteilung, auch an große Gruppen zu sagen, das müsst ihr euch anschauen und habe ein Tracking dahinter, ist das auch wirklich angeschrieben. Das trackt jetzt nicht, ist das Video von Minute 0 bis Minute 2 durchgelaufen, das nicht, aber der Mitarbeiter hat die Chance nochmal zu bestätigen, ich habe mir das angeschaut, also ne, ihr habt eine gewisse manuelle Bestätigung nachher nochmal, wenn ihr das wollt. Das ist alles in der kostenpflichtigen Version. Also wenn ihr mal drüber nachdenkt, dass ihr so ein bisschen LMS-Light-Version braucht, so nenne ich das jetzt mal, und ihr sagt, ich muss so eine Nachverfolgung machen oder die Führungskräfte müssen eine Möglichkeit kriegen, Videos anzutriggern, die für eine gewisse Rolle zu sehen sind, damit es vielleicht in die nächste Funktionsrolle springen kann oder ähnliches, dann seid ihr wirklich in der bezahlpflichtigen Version. Das kann ja was sein. Kurz, hier war die erste Meldung.
Wie sind die Lernpfade intern abgelegt oder haben es da Schnittstellen, die zu importieren oder sowas? Oder
es gibt keine Schnittstelle, die zu importieren. Ich rufe jetzt kurz nur eine Demo auf, dann zeige ich euch das gerne.
Könnte ich irgendein BPMN nehmen oder sowas und daraus?
Nein. Lernpfade sind tatsächlich aktuell. Ich rede immer von aktuell, weil ich weiß, da ist gerade noch was dran und es wird vielleicht noch was kommen, mal dahingestellt, was kommt. Wenn ihr Lernpfade aufsetzt, ich bin jetzt mal in einer Demo drin, die Viva Learnings kostenpflichtig alles drin hat. Und ich habe hier in der Verwaltung, das ist ein Punkt, den habt ihr vorher nicht gesehen, die Verwaltung gab es nicht, also ein Verwaltungspunkt. Und ich habe hier zum Beispiel, das sind jetzt Lernpfade oder empfohlene Pfade, ne, wo ihr reinklicken könnt. Ich gucke gerade mal, ob ich richtig, ne, ich bin falsch unterwegs, Entschuldigung. Jetzt muss ich mal kurz meine Demo hier nochmal angucken. Da sind die Lernpfade. Hier sind die Lernpfade drin. Also das heißt, ich kann einmal Akademien bauen, also für mich selbst Akademien bauen, dass ich sage, es gibt eine Akademie für Fertigung, für Marketing etc. Kann hier Berechtigungen drauflegen und habe dann die Lernpfade und muss die tatsächlich manuell angeben. Es geht nur manuell. Wenn ich mal auf so einen Lernpfad reingehe, das ist ein Lernpfad und hier definiere ich, welche Videos gehören in den Lernpfad.
Also das heißt, es gibt keine Graph-API dafür?
Es gibt aktuell gerade keine Graph-API oder Ähnlichem für, die euch da unterstützen würde, irgendwas programmatisch zu tun oder aus irgendeiner Schnittstelle was rauszunehmen, um das dann zu überführen. Das gibt es aktuell noch nicht.
Aber das kommt ja.
Ich weiß nicht, was die alles in das LMS-Feature reinpacken. Das kann ich nicht sagen. Also da habe ich aktuell noch nicht die grundlegenden Informationen oder darf halt noch nicht von sprechen. So sollte man auch sagen, um zu sagen, das wird jetzt funktionieren oder nächstes Jahr kommt was oder übernächstes Jahr. Aktuell ist es halt genau dieser Stand, den ihr habt in dem Viva-Feature. Jetzt gucke ich nochmal auf die Uhr, weil jetzt gleich kommen, glaube ich, schon die nächsten. Was gibt es hierzu Fragen? Das ist bezahlpflichtig gerade, ne?
Gamifizierungsansätze hat ja jede Plattform anders. LinkedIn hat ein paar andere als Learn. Learn hat ein Punktensystem und Badges und LinkedIn hat, du hast deine 80 Minuten diese Woche noch nicht voll und solche strukturellen Ansätze. Dazu müsste ich ja jeweils in die einzelne Plattform gehen, LinkedIn Learning oder Learn, um das zu sehen. Hast du schon gesehen, dass sowas da auch kommen soll?
Es kommt ein Scorecard-Prinzip.
Ja.
Wird kommen. Wird kommen und ich frage es immer, wird kommen. Reicht. Wenn es kommt, berichte ich gerne darüber und wenn es da ist, ja. Es wird aber in der bezahlpflichtigen Version. Es wird in der bezahlpflichtigen Version sowas geben wie eine Scorecard, wo man sagen kann, okay, ne, so und so viele Punkte Gamification-Ansatz hast du erreicht.
Wie viel?
Aber Scorecard, ich spreche es mal an, ne? Ihr könnt den Raphael Körner fragen, der wird euch mit Datenschutz und Persönlichkeit, wer sieht denn die und wer darf denn alles reinsehen, auch das Thema wird ja dann kommen.
Gibt es so eine ungefähre Einschätzung, wie hoch der Anteil der bezahlpflichtigen Versionen in den Unternehmen im Moment ist?
Bei mir gibt es kein Unternehmen, was die bezahlpflichtig ist. Wir sind dabei, gerade ein größeres Messeunternehmen dahin zu kriegen, dass die in die weil die gerne Lernplan etc. einhaben wollen, aber alle anderen kostenlos Unternehmen. Nein, dafür ist es noch nicht ausgereift genug und ganz ehrlich, ich würde auch nicht das eine bezahlen und dann nochmal einen Lernanbieter, das einfach die doppelten Kosten machen, einfach nachher auch die Idee. Okay, gibt es sonst noch Fragen? Also wir sind ja gerade schon so ein bisschen reingerutscht in die Q&A-Session und die würde ich gerne auch dann so weiterführen. Habt ihr sonst noch Fragen zu dem Thema? Es ist nicht so, dass ihr gleich rausgeht und sagt, hey cool, ich habe jetzt was gehört und jetzt habe ich noch eine Frage, scheiße, Malte, connectet euch mit mir. Ihr dürft immer Fragen stellen. Ich bin auch immer da, wenn ihr noch eine kleine Demo braucht in eurem Unternehmen und sagt, ja, ich möchte bitte, meldet euch. Wir kriegen sicherlich immer mal eine halbe Stunde Session hin, um was zu zeigen, damit es vielleicht für euch im Unternehmen auch weiterkommt.
Was ich jetzt rausgehört habe, daraus eine Empfehlung formulieren würde, ist, die kostenfreie Version ist erstmal sehr niederschwellig für Unternehmen oder Organisationen, die einfach mal mit Video anfangen, sagen, wir haben hier Themen, komm, film das mal ab, das lässt sich.
Das muss nicht nur Video sein, das kann ja auch.
Können halt auch irgendwelche Cheat-Sheets sein oder irgendwelche Anleitungen, kleine Lerneinheiten bauen, die dann in Teams bündeln und zur Verfügung stellen, ohne dass. Und dadurch wird so ein bisschen die Kuratierplattform abgenommen, dass man das jetzt ein bisschen in SharePoint noch aufbauen muss.
Also, wenn ihr mich tatsächlich gerade nachfragt, wann macht es Sinn, Learning Learnings einzusetzen? Ich kriege das ja immer aus den Kundengesprächen raus. Und für mich ist es immer dieses Thema, hinterfragt euch im Unternehmen oder hinterfragt den Kunden, den ihr gerade habt, wenn ihr ja der Dienstleister seid, mit, was nutzt ihr wirklich aus eurem LMS-System? Und LMS-Systeme sind schweinig teuer. Es ist einfach so. Also wir haben jetzt einen Kunden gehabt, der sagte, boah, wir brauchen eine Idee, wir müssten jetzt wieder für das nächste Jahr 5.000 € LMS-Gebühren bezahlen oder was auch immer. Hinterfragt euch, hinterfragt den Kunden oder euch auch im Unternehmen, was ist der Mehrwert und was ist das Ziel dahinter? Und brauchen wir überhaupt ein vollständiges LMS? Oder reicht uns eher das Thema mit wir wollen? Und vielleicht gibt es nochmal den einen oder anderen manuellen Trick dahinter oder manuelle Sachen, die man machen muss. Aber die tut nicht weh, aber dadurch sparen wir jede Menge Kosten. Das ist der Aufhänger. So, mache ich das oder nicht? Weil ganz ehrlich, wenn ihr ein LMS-System habt, und in der Regel hat ja jedes Unternehmen auch so ein, stelle ich nicht mal ebenso um, weil ich jetzt Viva Learnings mache. Das macht keiner. Sondern der Aufhänger ist da, Kosten, und macht es Sinn? Und wenn ja, habt ihr die Integration natürlich in Teams noch. Ne? Das heißt, ihr könnt ja über Teams Vorschläge machen etc. Auch das ist dann, aber es muss halt irgendwo gelebt werden.
Weil wir jetzt nicht rauskam, was es schon gibt, ist, es gibt Konnektoren zu bestehenden, zumindest dass du die Inhalte darstellen kannst. Also es gibt einige Lernmanagementsysteme, die du an.
Aber nur in der bezahlpflichtigen Version. Da habt ihr 10. Ich kann euch auch gerne eine Auflistung nachher nochmal zeigen, wie viele es sind.
Ja, SuccessFactors.
Ja, Pluralsight ist drin, SuccessFactors. LinkedIn Learning ist übrigens immer drin. Das heißt, wenn euer Mitarbeiter ein LinkedIn Learning Profil hat, kann das immer connecten und sieht dann alle Inhalte. Also das ist drin. Das braucht ihr nicht kostenpflichtig machen. Weil LinkedIn halt zu Microsoft gehört, ne? Die sind ja aufgekauft worden, etc. Das könnt ihr, das heißt, ihr geht ganz normal in eure Verwaltung, zeige ich euch gerne nachher nochmal im Nachgang und könnt einfach sagen, okay, bitte meldet mich an bei LinkedIn Learning, dann müsst ihr eure Passwort, Anmeldedaten hinterlegen und dann seht ihr alle Videos. Aber dafür müsst ihr halt LinkedIn Learning machen. Dafür müsst ihr aber nicht in die kostenpflichtigen Version von LinkedIn spielen. Das könnt ihr auch mit der kostenlosen machen. Ihr braucht halt LinkedIn Learning.
Aber das, was nicht funktioniert, ist, ich bin mit meinem Unternehmenskonto angemeldet und habe aber über mein Privatkonto LinkedIn Learning.
Du kannst LinkedIn Learning in der Anmeldung dein Privatkonto. Mache ich auch. funktioniert. Und das ist drin, aber das ist auch wirklich alles. Ne? Alle anderen Systeme müsst ihr integrieren.
Sprechen wir gleich echt nochmal drüber.
Wie gesagt, wir können ja gleich auch noch eine kleinere Runde machen. Ja, das war auch meine Live-Vorführung. Das war auch mit 8 Minuten Verspätung meine Session für euch. Erstmal danke, dass ihr da wart. Ganz cool. Danke für jeden, der gerade außen war. Den muss ich auch ein bisschen mit betrachten. Hier diese Kamera. Und ja, ich hoffe, es war ein gutes Event. Es ist weiterhin ein gutes Event. Ich würde mich natürlich auf euer Feedback freuen. Wenn ihr sagt, oh, ein cooles Session, und wenn ihr sagt, Ferdi, das, was du erzählt hast, ist total scheiße, macht das gerne auch. Das hilft mir, um nachher auch besser zu werden. Und generell, ihr bewertet auch das Event hier, weil ich glaube, das ist für die Organisatoren ganz gut und ich finde es ein cooles Event. So. Wenn sonst keine Fragen gibt, würde ich sagen, schließen wir die Session. Vielen Dank. Wenn noch Fragen sind, einfach jetzt gerne.
Ja, klar. Also, worüber ich halt gestolpert bin, wenn ich halt die Rollen
Let me know if it's okay. Hello, test. Okay. I'm just waiting 1 minute just to see if some people are coming back from the break. And after I go.
We're in room 3.
Yeah, room 3.
Yes.
So everything is okay? I can start. Perfect. Okay, we go. So welcome to this session. Thank you for coming. Today I will show you basically how to extend Microsoft 365 with the SharePoint framework, so SPFX. Thanks for the sponsor, because without the sponsor we cannot organize this kind of event. So thanks to all of them, and this is really good. Don't forget to provide feedback for the global conference or for myself. If you have any feedback to provide me, I'm always open to receive feedback. It's always good for me. Just let me introduce myself. My name is Ivan Orsat. I'm working as a consultant for Sol Group in Switzerland. I'm focused on Microsoft 365, Azure, Dynamics 365, and Power Platform, mainly in the development side of the house. Also on the functional side, but mainly on the extensibility of Microsoft 365 and on Azure development side with technologies like SPFX, Teams SDK, TypeScript, React, .NET Core, and this kind of stuff. I'm Microsoft MVP for Microsoft 365 development, which is the main topic, and also Microsoft Certificate Trainer. You can reach me out on the social network or on my website if you have any questions. I'm answering everything, so if you have any questions, feel free. So for today, we will talk about collaborative application in Microsoft 365, and after we go through one of maybe of the key concepts to extend Microsoft 365 nowadays, the SharePoint framework, SPFX. After we will cover development stack, all the experiences in Microsoft 365 that you can extend with the framework, and also why using SPFX for building application for Microsoft Teams, because there is a lot of advantages. And after, I will cover the extensibility options and components for Viva connections. At the end, if you have any question, I will answer. So in Microsoft 365, we have a lot of different capabilities to extend and build collaborative application. From the pro dev side, which is our topic today, to the low-code or no-code side, which is basically the core platform. And you have a lot of different pillars to showcase your application, for example, in Microsoft Teams, in SharePoint, directly in multiple applications, as you can see in this session. You can use multiple components, like Fluid Framework, which is basically the pillar of Loop, adaptive cards, connectors in the core platform. For the logic, you have Azure PaaS, platform as a service, or directly core platform in a low-code, no-code way. For the data, you have everything in Microsoft Graph APIs, if you want, or you can use also Dataverse. In terms of communication, you can use Azure Communication Service to send email, to send SMS, kind of stuff. And in terms of identity, the pillar is Azure Active Directory. And all these components provide you capabilities to build collaborative application in Microsoft 365 nowadays. So now, in terms of opportunity, two key numbers. A few weeks ago, we reached 300 million users in Teams. It's more now. And for SharePoint, it's more than 200 million. This is pretty huge. if you are acting as an ISV, for example, to build, to monetize your application, it's really important to understand that you can target a lot of users. So basically, if you are like my company or me, we build some application for Teams, for SharePoint, and this is really important to have as much as possible of people to target when we develop this kind of application for App Store, App Source, this kind of. Now, quick introduction to maybe one of my favorite topics, the SharePoint framework, SPFX. It's an application framework to extend the modern experiences in Microsoft 365 in general now. Not only Viva, Teams, or SharePoint, you have additional capabilities since a few weeks ago. Really, we focus the modern experience, not the classic. Classic is dead in SharePoint framework. It's a reference framework to develop in Microsoft 365 nowadays. Microsoft is using the SharePoint framework internally to develop first-party development for SharePoint Online. Like, for example, if you have all the out-of-the-box web parts in SharePoint Online are built on the same tools. So Microsoft gives you the capabilities like their team to build your extensibility in SharePoint Online. In terms of history, the SharePoint Framework 1.0.0 was published in February 2017, and now the latest stable version is 1.17.3, and it means 17 major updates since the first version. We had 80% increase of usage since last year, and actually we have a little bit more 10 million of users for third-party components developed by, for example, developers like me or the PNP community and this kind of stuff. So it's pretty huge, and it's growing every day. Sorry. Now the development stack. If you are familiar with SharePoint, in the on-premises world, this is tools that you can clearly understand with .NET, NuGet, aMS Build as compiler, C# as programming language, and Visual Studio project templates to build your development solutions. Now, with the SharePoint framework, everything you know is over. The new development stack is based on the open source. You have a node-based stack. You have NPM as package manager. You have Gulp as task manager. You have TypeScript, TS, as new programming language, and you have now Yeoman generator for the templating and the scaffolding of the solution. So Microsoft changed in a huge way to, a stack that is focused, a stack that is not open source to a full open source stack now. And the actual stack is like any other web project. So Microsoft want to sync with other development technologies, and they choose an open source stack, which is really interesting. Now, in Microsoft 365, actually, with one single framework, which is a SharePoint framework, you can address all these experiences. For example, you have the classic web part in SharePoint. You have also the extension, which is basically if you want to build custom header or footer in a SharePoint Online site, this is extension. You have app page, which is basically web parts in full mode. You have cards for Viva connections, I will show you after, and you have also all the Teams extensibility with messaging extension, meetings app, there is a demo in my session, Teams tab, and personal apps. So you see, with one single framework, you can address multiple platforms. And now you have pretty new things, because in the past it wasn't available. You have now Outlook and Office portal to address. So this is really interesting. And you have, I will show you after, but the main advantage, you have a single sign-on, so no need to take the authentication in your code. This is totally managed by the Azure AD integration. You have the automatic code hosting. If you want to host your code in the app catalog, SharePoint app catalog, it's possible. No need to host your code in Azure, for example. So it's really interesting. Industry standard tooling, as I told you just before, it's an open source stack. So open source means you can access the source code, you can provide your feedback, and basically you address a lot of different experiences. And now, as I told you, you have one framework to address 4 products: Outlook, Teams, SharePoint, and the Office portal. So this is really interesting. And also the Viva connection part, which is actually based on, if you want to use the Viva Home experience, which is a pre-built experience provided by Microsoft, or you can use your own intranet. This is basically what the SharePoint framework can do in terms of experience. Now, first demo, because it's important to focus on demo, because I don't want to, to provide you some slides. I will switch to my machine. And now I will show you a first demo, which is basically a really simple application. So as you can see, I'm on Microsoft 365. I will go to a SharePoint site, which is my home site. I will edit the page, and I will just add the web part, simple web part that I've built. It's this one, you see. This is a simple, really simple application I've built. You see, it means, okay, the app is running in SharePoint page. We are in the context of SharePoint. Well done, my name, and welcome to SharePoint Framework with just a single property. This is a web part. Basically now, without changing your code, you can host this web part in 3 additional products. The first is Microsoft Teams. So in Teams, I can deploy in the SharePoint app catalog, and after, I can directly have the same application without changing my code. So if I click, I have the exact same web part, except that you see, I can detect where am I, and I'm in Teams, so the app is running in Microsoft Teams, without changing anything in my code. Same code, multiple platform. Now, in Outlook, you have also capabilities to develop application in Outlook. So you see, like this, I can also launch this application in Outlook. And at least, also in the Microsoft 365 portal, you see, and like this. So you see, without changing my code, just by detecting, okay, if I'm in Office, in Teams, I can just adjust the message and provide a dedicated experience specific to a product, Outlook, Teams, and so on, with one code base, which is really interesting. In terms of code, just to show you what is behind, this is the project. This is really a simple SharePoint Framework project. And in my source files, the main logic is just here. So the first things to understand is I can clearly and quickly get the context. The context means, okay, I want to understand the context where the application is executing, and after I can manage what I want. This method, get environment message, just check where am I, Office, Outlook, Teams, or SharePoint, and provide the message we saw before. And the context, if I just put context dot, I can check multiple things. So for example, if I'm in Teams, I can check the channel name, for example. So channel.display name. I can get the channel display name where the application is executing. You have also multiple things. You see, if the application is executing in a chat, the chat ID, I can get the chat ID, for example, action ID or action object. Basically, it's based on the Teams JavaScript SDK. And this is what you can do to have a single code base, and after you can adjust your application based on where it's executing. For example, in Teams, we have different color schema than SharePoint, so you need to just make a little bit of change. Now I will just remove that, and after you have also a method that is really important in on-time change. Basically, this method is executing every time the time is changing. So the first step is, okay, when my application is launching, the method is executed, and after, when for example, if you switch from light mode to dark mode or a different theme in SharePoint, you can adjust your styling. Sorry, it's really interesting. So basically, you see in this case, in this example, the switch is just between dark mode and light mode. That's all. After, if you want to go more advanced, you can. So this was the first demo. And yes, at least the last thing I want to tell you is the supported host. So the minimal requirement to build an application for the four products we mentioned is just to add the supported host Teams personal app. Without this, you cannot deploy in any other product. SharePoint Web Part is for SharePoint Web Part in SharePoint. Teams tab is just for adding a tab in the Teams. And SharePoint Full Page is, as I told you, a whole screen web part. And you have this. But to deploy application in Office, Outlook, Teams, and SharePoint, you need to have at least this. That was the first demo. I go back to my slides because I need to go like this. Okay, so now why using SPFX for Microsoft Teams? 4 reasons. First, you can surface your application in the context of the end user workspace in Teams. So basically, you don't need to switch to another tool to authenticate again, this kind of stuff. So in terms of end user experience, it's really good. So you reduce the context switching. 2, you can reuse the same solution with the same code base across user connections, Microsoft Teams, SharePoint Online, Outlook, and Microsoft 365 portal without changing any line of code. So you can reducing the cost to adjust your application across the platform. You have the single sign-on, so there is no additional dialogues to authenticate. So basically, you use Azure AD authentication across all the products. No strange dialogues to authenticate. Nothing of that. And maybe one of the most important advantage, you can reduce the cost and complexity of hosting because you host your application directly in the SharePoint App Catalog. You don't need to deploy your code in Azure because without the App Catalog, you need to deploy your code, for example, in Azure resources, and after you integrate in Microsoft 365. With SPFX, you have the automatic hosting, which gives you a lot of time saving. That was for Teams. The latest status for SPFX and Microsoft Teams. So in the latest release of SharePoint Framework, Microsoft is using now the Teams SDK .291 by default. And now you have a capability to provide, to build your custom Teams application, your custom manifest, your own manifest, or you can let the app catalog, when you upload your package to the app catalog, to auto-generate the manifest for you. 2 capabilities. If you want to customize a little bit your application, you can use a custom manifest. If you want to just okay, I don't want to use my custom manifest, generate for me, and that's all. And now all the applications built for Teams or SharePoint are also available in Outlook and Office.com, which is Microsoft 365 portal. Second demo, in a different context, I will show you now a Teams application that is executing in a meeting, specific meeting application. Back to my environment, back to my Teams client. Web client and desktop client is clearly the same. There is no change. I'm using the web client in this demo. You see, I have a simple meeting. If I double click, I have this plus button. And if I click on the plus button, you see, I have this application, meeting questionnaire. I can add this to a specific meeting as a little tab. And if I save, you see, it will add me a tab, meeting questionnaire, and you see, for example, it's a simple application. You can just, for example, put a question. You see, like it's just a test. I don't want to spend some time on that. And after, you see, with SharePoint Framework, you can extend application directly in Teams meeting, and all other people can interact with this application. It could be custom, like it's a questionnaire in this case, but Microsoft is the Q&A. It could be different, I don't know, different integration with other service to provide some additional information. It could be everything you want to customize. That's the behavior of this application. In terms of code, it's different because in this case, it's a little bit different. The code base will be pretty the same. What it's changing is you need to write your own manifest in this case. You cannot generate a manifest by Microsoft portal. In this case, you see you have two icons and a custom manifest. And in this custom manifest, just for the information, it's a community sample. Because it's a community sample, I will provide you all the links to the GitHub repository of PNP. It's a good PNP sample that has been built by a speaker that has spoken this morning. And in this manifest, as you can see, you just have to provide, not here, the context. In this case, you see channel tab, private chat tab, meetings detail, meeting side panel. So you provide where you want to surface your application. And you can, in case you use a custom manifest, provide multiple locations for your application. So same code base, but a little more different places. This is what we call meeting apps now. Okay. Now, Viva Connections. Just a summaries of the component, you have the dashboard. Basically, it's a digital tool set where you can put to your employees a lot of different tools, application, quick links. Feed will aggregate a lot of different data from Yammer, SharePoint News, Stream to display to the user. It's personalized feed. And the resources is just a compilation of elements in the SharePoint app bar. And after, if you want, you can make audience targeting. This is Viva Connection. Now you have the Viva Home experience, and this Viva Home experience is a pre-built experience. It's pre-built by Microsoft, and you can just use it without developing anything. This is what it looks like. And now the component, you have the header with, for example, you can customize the background picture. You have all the Viva application available for you. So if you don't have the license, you don't see the icons. It's logic. And basically, we can also call this the Viva Home, because you can have all the Viva application in the header. But I don't want to push anything. The dashboard is where you can see all the cards, adaptive cards. I will show you after how to extend a little bit this. After, we have the feed at the side, and at the end, we have the resources. And this is what we call the Viva Home. And now, in terms of extensibility, because it's really interesting, you have the full control of what's being included in the Viva connection. So it's up to you. There is no guide. Okay, for the Viva Home, Microsoft has a pre-built template, but if you use without Viva Home, you can do what you want. It's basically an intranet portal. You can use same component than SharePoint out of the box, or if you want to use custom extensibility, you can. For example, if you want to customize header, footer, you can. And you can also build your own components optimized for the mobile devices. It's important because the dashboard of Viva Connection is a mobile-first experience. It's not a desktop-first experience, because Microsoft has published also for desktop, but mainly it's a mobile-first experience. The dashboard and the card are built for being rendered in the mobile phone. This is what we call ace. And ace is a new component. It means adaptive card extension. It's a new component available since the version 1.13. You have two sizes available, medium and large. You are constrained in terms of templating because you have only 3 templates and you cannot adjust what you want. You have basic card, image card, and primary text, and you are constrained on this template. You cannot, for example, change the title as you want. No, Microsoft give you a template, and after you just inject your data in it, and that's all. The buttons can execute direct action or open quick views. You can, for example, link Teams app with deep links or external website. If you have web application external to Viva, you have customizable icons, dynamic values if you want to query APIs or external data sources. You can integrate pictures and illustration. And of course, you have also out-of-the-box card available, approvals, task, Shift, Teams app, top news, web link, and a lot of different other out-of-the-box cards. Now, soon available for developers. You have the famous bot-powered ACs. If you have, for example, bot hosted in Azure, you can directly integrate your card with your bot without developing anything. You just link your card to your bot, and the card will react directly with the bot. You have notification in the feed, new card sizes, like small or XXL, this kind of things, new card templates. For example, there will be like search template, this kind of additional useful templates. You have the support for adaptive card schema 1.5 plus, but it's already released. So in the latest version, you can use the adaptive card schema 1.5 plus. And also a card designer plus plus with the capability to interact directly with Graph, SharePoint API, or external data. Because actually the card designer is just a static card designer. So you have no capability to, for example, query an API, which is really not really good for me because you cannot interact with real-time data. And it's coming by the end of the year, maybe. So some useful tools, because you need to understand major and good tools. The Viva Connections toolkit is basically the Swiss knife to develop for Viva Connections. You have everything in one place. So you have documentation, samples, what you need to develop. You have also the Teams toolkit for Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code. With the support of SharePoint Online and Azure hosting, if you don't want to host your code in SharePoint, the Teams toolkit is the entry point for developing Microsoft Teams application. Not only with SPFX, but develop a specific application with the Teams SDK, standalone Teams application, without any link to SharePoint framework or this kind of technology. You have a UI to start, you can configure and manage your project easily. It's really interesting. And at the end, you have the developer portal. It's a replacement of the old App Studio in Microsoft Teams, and it's a portal to manage your application in terms of, to manage the publication. If you want to integrate the identity platform, if you want to build the application to publish. Bref, you have easily a lot of different. Now, I will show you the last big demo because it's important to understand what I'm talking about. Now, I will just go back to my demo environment. No, in Visual Studio Code, sorry. So in Visual Studio Code, I have installed the Visual Studio Toolkit, Viva Connection Toolkit. Sorry. This is what it looks like. So you connect to your tenant, and after you will scan your tenant and give you two information. One, all the sites that have been configured with Viva Connection, and second, your app catalog. If you have site scoped app catalog, it will show you site scope app catalog. No way. You have all the tasks, for example, clean a project, bundle, package. You see, you have a big list of tasks. You have also some action, like for example, if you want to upgrade a solution to the latest SharePoint framework versions, it's good. You can deploy a solution, you can validate a project, you can add some new components, and you have also the documentation. So this tool is really interesting when you develop for Viva Connection. You have everything in one panel. So for me, it's really, really, really interesting. For those who don't know what is Viva Connections, I will show you the Viva Home experience. So the Viva Home is like this. This is the Viva Home experience. You have the header with a background picture. You have my Viva modules. I have only 3 because I don't have any more license. You have the dashboard, which is custom with my development and some PNP development, and you have the feed. If you don't want to use the Viva Home, you can, you see, switch to my initial Viva Connection experience. If I click, I go, you see, this is my old Viva Connection experience, just an intranet portal with some custom web part. You see our web part, just like a single intranet portal. And if I want to come back, I can come back to the Viva Home. I have this Viva Home, and I will show you the dashboard. We see in the dashboard, I have a few cards, and if I go to see all, I can show you what it looks like. It's an example of a lot of different cards I built, but I will focus on one. This demo was presented at the Microsoft 365 conference in few months ago. And you see, it's just, you see retail inventory of some products. You see you have a carousel of products. And if you go on this button, you see, you can check the inventory. And if I click on one product, I will go to the whole experience of the application in Teams. So you see, it's contextualized. So if I click on another product, just here, for example, if I come back to this and I click on another product like this one, you see, you are redirected directly inside Teams to the specific product. So this is really interesting how the integration between Viva and the Teams application works, because it's really interesting. The integration is really perfect. This is what we call the Viva dashboard, and you see in Teams you have a multi-tab application with, for example, some dashboard, you have the inventory and the About tab, just to provide some information. Go back to the Viva home, you see, and if you click, you see, you can also display some things. So now, this is a sample, and the sample is available. I will show you, give you the link after if you want. It's really interesting because this is the same code base than SharePoint Framework, except, okay, the layout is different because it's a card, it's a constraint, but basically you can reuse your code to query external data, to just provide some behavior and this kind of stuff. I will just show you how it looks like. For the card view is just the main interface. This rectangle is a card view. This provides you basic information to the user. Card view is here, and the card view is just, you see, a simple TypeScript file where I can just inject data based on the template. In this template, I just need to provide primary text, the image URL, and the title. That's all. And after, you see, on the card selection, if I click on the card, I can, for example, open an external link, which is PNP, GitHub.io, or your website, or different aspects. This is a simple card view example. Now the quick view is the advanced view of the card view. So in this case, card view is a little bit more complex because in the card view you have, okay, the TS file, the TypeScript file, and in this case also I'm injecting some data and I provide a JSON template, which is an adaptive card schema template. I will show you the template. So the template is pretty simple, you see. It's an adaptive card, schema, latest schema 1.5, and I'm declaring my interface with the adaptive card schema. You see, we have all the things, and after I can, you see, inject the data directly inside the template. If you don't know by heart all this syntax, there is a tool which is really interesting. It's the adaptivecard.io designer. At this URL, you see, you can, if you want to provide your code, you can, but also you can directly create your card by a designer. So if I want to just provide my template, I can. Just by, for example, putting a container, after I can put the picture directly, and after you can just copy-paste the code. Basically, you will copy-paste the code, but be careful because after you need to inject the data. The designer just act as a designer. After, if you want to inject some data, you need to manage. And after, you see, you have this, and when I click on this button, I go to the app, and this behavior is pretty simple because no, it's not this way. It's this. You see, this is the behavior. So I have pretty simple. I have a picture. Image right is a chevron of 20 pixels. The action is just to open an URL, and the URL is just documented by Microsoft how to just open a specific Teams application and passing some parameters to get the specific one. It's documented by Microsoft. It's a big URL, as you can see. It's a big one, you see. But if you inject the correct component ID and this kind of stuff, you get the page to your user. that's it. I need to go a little bit quick because after just a few slides. That's it. Now, Microsoft 365 PNP, which is really interesting because the community is behind a lot of different samples and tutorial around the SharePoint framework. You have more than 600 code samples available in GitHub. You have actually, it's not it's more, but you have around 2,000 contributors in GitHub, a lot of visitors and a lot of watch time on YouTube because you have a lot of different tutorials and PNP calls and this kind of stuff. And don't forget this link. This link is the base because when you reach this link, you get a link to the samples, you get a link to some specific session because the community is making some specific training session on some specific topic. So this link is the key. If you reach this link, you get everything, and after you can just use your sample, or if you want to contribute, you can, because in the community we are always waiting for people to address issues, to solve some bugs, because that's the principle of open source, because some samples are really interesting, because a lot of different people are maintaining this sample. For example, the PNP modern search is a SharePoint framework solution based on the community. And if the community is not here to maintain all the features of PNP modern search, for example, we cannot have this solution as the high quality we have. And it's really important to have hands to work in the code. And just research this link. It's really important to have as much people as possible to contribute on major projects. This is also some useful resources, because I show you the first demo is not from a PNP, just a simple application, but all the other are from this repository. So you have the Teams development sample, which is really interesting. Client side web part sample, which is a huge repository with a lot of different kind of web parts. You have web parts based on React, based on Vue.js, based on whatever. Extension, if you want to see how to extend, for example, header, footer with custom looks. And also, one of maybe the most important repository, the reference samples from SharePoint framework. And basically, in this repository, you get all the reference samples, big application to small project, but with always the best practice. If you want to start, you have everything here, and after you just need to put yourself at work, and after you will see it will be good. Thank you for joining the session, and if you have any question, it's the time. Thank you. No question? Alles klar.
I'm working like from a business development perspective for our company, so I don't have like technical questions because it's not my expertise where I'm looking from, but really interesting, especially with the card placing. There's a great opportunity there. So yeah.
It was this session, you see, in 45 minutes is just an overview of all the capabilities.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Basically, this kind of session could be a workshop a whole day, and we go in the code. But in 45 minutes, I need to focus on maybe the most important parts of the framework, like Teams, this kind of stuff.
Well, definitely, for me, it was just like to get an overview of what was possible, to see if it's an area where we should expand. Because right now we have like a Power Platform team that is working only in this part, but we're looking like if we should go into the cards and SharePoint app development as well. So this is why I'm here. So yes, thank you very much. It was great.
No, I hope it was clear.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so 5 minutes more break.
Yeah.
Thank you so much again. It was
Est-ce que je commence moi la session? Ouais. Okay, so let's start. Let me check the whole configuration. It's okay. Online as well. So we should be okay. Yes, so thank you to all the sponsors. Without them, such type of event would not be possible, obviously. So a few details about me. I'm coming from France. I am based near Paris. Okay, but let's do it the old way.
Doesn't matter. Es ist ja besser, wir sind hier als zwei, ne? Der einer mehr, ne?
Come on, come on.
Wo ist denn? Wo ist der Balkon? Same company, so.
Yeah. Interesting.
Private session.
Yeah, private session, yes. So my job is to, I am enterprise solution architect, and I help my customer to use all the Microsoft 365 tools. I love to be speaker and organizer to such type of events, so I help Hans and Ines and Thomas to organize this event. And we have created the aMS community, which means Azure, Microsoft 365 and SharePoint, to gather a lot of people who like to speak or to organize such type of event. And I've been awarded by Microsoft MVP for a long time now. And probably the most interesting thing about me is that I love baguettes. It's quite French, but so my question to you is, are you from IT in your company?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The interesting thing is to try to create some discussion with business people. As you know, it's not always easy, but it's very important, especially for type of tools like Viva, which is very connected to human resources, especially in the company, and communication division as well. Are you in a big company or a small one? How many people?
800 now?
It's also quite big.
Yeah.
So 800 people, yeah.
Okay. So the agenda for this session is quite simple. We will have a big focus on what is Viva, a little discussion on new way of working nowadays, and how Viva should be able to help people to be better in their work and to feel better. So what is Viva? In fact, is a creation. At some point, Microsoft decided, okay, we have to create a set of tools to handle what they call employee experience. So they presented Viva as the first type of a new, fully new set of software. And they said, okay, if you look back in the past, at some point, big company needed to create an integrated manufacturing finance system. Thank you. So it was the time of ERP, and in Germany, you know that well with SAP. After this period, some people say, okay, the problem is not to produce the stuff in the company. The main problem is to get customers. So people like Salesforce created what they call CRM. Microsoft did some stuff around Dynamics as well. But the real archetype of this type of software is Salesforce. And nowadays, people like Microsoft and others are saying, okay, wait, the most important is not customers, but it's employee. If your employee don't feel good and they don't work well, you will lose all your customers. So that's the idea behind Viva. You should help the employee to be productive, to be well-being, to manage their career and everything like that. So this is what Microsoft want to, the problem that Microsoft want to solve by pushing Viva. This is a typical Microsoft slide explaining what is EXP, Employee Experience Platform. This is basically the whole set of Viva capabilities. So we will detail this, showing the Viva module one by one. This is my view of what is Microsoft 365 today. Very important thing about Viva is that technically you should have Microsoft 365 license and you should use Teams. So everything Viva is in Teams. So what is Microsoft 365 from a user point of view? Today it's basically the backend of SharePoint, because everything is stored in SharePoint. Every files, for example, are stored in SharePoint. On top of that, you put many tools like, you can put many tools like Power BI, like Power Platform, like Stream, everything like the usual Office, Word, and stuff like that. And on top of that, you have Teams, which is basically, I would say, the front-end part of Microsoft 365. So where Viva is going, in fact, it's going in this part of the schema. And Viva can be seen as a whole new layer presenting some capabilities to the customers. But as I said, and this is very important, inside Teams or with Teams. An interesting thing to know is that nowadays Microsoft 365 is evolving in terms of pricing, especially. And on this picture, I wanted to show that, okay, with a typical E3 license, what type of license do you have in your company, for example?
E5.
E5, okay, very interesting. Because at some point, customer didn't want to think about what should I bring to my end user. I buy E5, I will get everything. This was a good decision at some point, if you have the money, of course. But nowadays, even E5 is not enough, because, for example, with E5, you don't get the whole Viva stuff. So, in fact, Microsoft is adding more and more add-on or stuff to be an addition to the E5 or E3 or E5 typical license. And so, with above the typical license, you need to, if you want everything from Microsoft, you need to buy Viva, you need to buy Teams Premium, you need to buy Syntex, and you need to buy Power Platform Premium. So that's a lot. So my point here is to say, okay, with Viva, you have to have a look on it. You have to understand what is in it, and maybe understand if you need it for the whole company or for some part of the company, or maybe for a few people in the company. It depends of your need and of your feeling about what Viva can bring to the company. So Viva, I like this picture, which is my own vision of usage and tools in Microsoft 365. And Viva is coming there, so it's basically helping improve the productivity, personal productivity of people for the whole company. Syntex is more like an addition to SharePoint standard capabilities. Teams Premium obviously is an addition to Teams, and Power Platform Premium is an addition to standard to the low-level Power Platform feature. So if we detail a little bit and we go deep into Viva, once again I put it on this view, which bring the 5 main capabilities usage you get with Microsoft 365. You probably know that. You have tools to improve your personal productivity or to manage your document, your communication, your collaboration, and business process in the company. So we already have many tools with standard license, but Viva is adding more capabilities, and I will show you where. So Viva basically is all these new tools, new modules. If you buy all the Viva stuff, you get. Let me count because it's now 10. It's not 10 modules because they have added a Glint, which is the very newest one. But we will detail all of them. Let's start with connection. So connection, engage, and amplify are mostly addition to the standard communication tools we have in Microsoft 365. Connection is, to simplify a little bit, is the way to integrate your intranet, SharePoint intranet directly into Teams. Do you have a SharePoint intranet in your company? Okay, and do you already use Viva Connection or not yet? No. In fact, it's an
the connection is not Viva Engage.
Yeah, Viva Engage is the old YAML stuff, but integrated into Teams again. Amplify is a very new module. It's not yet available, really. It has been announced a few months ago by Microsoft, but it will come. I will show it to you in a few slides. It helps to push some message on the 4 channels who are email, Teams, intranet, and Viva Engage. Viva Engage. So you can create a message once, and then you push it on these 4 channels, or 3 of them, or 2 of them, but you can choose on which channel you want to push the message. So it can be very interesting to help improve the communication inside the company. We have 3 modules going in the personal productivity or personal stuff in the company. So Viva Insight, which gives you some, me as a employee of the company, it gives me input and statistics about how I am doing, like how many meetings I make, things like that. Viva Pulse is more a manager, I would say, oriented module, which can help manager to understand how the pulse of the people in their team. We will see that. Viva Learning, which obviously the name is quite obvious, so it's help give some learning and propose some learning to the people in the company. And Glint is I would say the extension of Viva Insight. Viva Insight is taking some statistics and give it to the employee and only to the employee. And Glint can summarize and make some big view of what is happening in the company. Maybe you can say marketing people are not happy these days, but production people are very happy. And so we can have some interesting statistic about what is going well and what is going wrong, obviously, and compare between some part of the company. And last but not least, on this slide, Viva not last, this one. So Viva Topics is an extension of SharePoint traditional pages, and it will generate some pages in what we can call the Wikipedia of the enterprise. And last 2 modules are goals and sales, which are more oriented around business process. That's it. These days, you know that Microsoft is adding Copilot everywhere. So obviously in Viva, they have on April 20th, they have added some, they have announced that they will bring some Copilot capabilities into Viva. Technically speaking, what is Copilot? It's based on, so Copilot for Viva is based on Microsoft 365 Copilot system. And this schema, you might have already seen it, is summarizing quite well what is Copilot. It's mostly large language model, so like ChatGPT, but using some interface inside the Microsoft apps. So Microsoft apps like PowerPoint, like Teams will be used as the interface. This is the point. And the third part of Microsoft 365 Copilot is when you ask the apps, for example, to generate some information about the previous meeting you had a few days ago, the system is able to get the very accurate information you have on the system based on the graph. So, for example, if you say in your sentence, creating a summary of the previous meeting I had, is able to go to your calendar and find what is this previous meeting exactly, which is very good because your data are already in Microsoft 365. You don't have to send them to another system with security problem that can arise. So everything is integrated in the Microsoft environment, and it's I think it's very good architecture proposal from Microsoft. So very good implementation of ChatGPT for basically for Microsoft environment. So if we speak about Copilot in Viva, they have already announced these 5 modules. So Viva, a Copilot in Viva Goals, in Viva Engage, in Viva Learning, in Viva Topics, and in Answer. And I will show you some screenshots on the next slide. So the point is to note that not all the modules of Viva will get their Copilot, but they're adding Copilot when it makes sense, in fact. Microsoft, this is a typical Microsoft slide saying, okay, we have many modules in Viva, but we are going in 4 directions: connection, insights, purpose, and growth. So this is their way to organize their module. A little bit different from the one I showed you previously, but just to show you, if you see this word, you should understand what does it mean. And this is the best overview of the module you can find. It's not, interestingly, it's not on a Microsoft site. It's an independent site which created this slide. But it helps to understand that Viva Connection has been put as a homepage, in fact, of the whole Viva suite. And for connection, you are connecting people with Engage and Amplify. You are going to have insight with Insight and Pulse. You are adding some purpose with Viva Goals, and you are helping people grow with learning and topics. So all these modules are what they call all-employee experience. That is to say that they can target almost everybody in the company. I would say, from my point of view, that Pulse is very oriented toward managing people. So the end user, I would say, don't need Pulse for sure. And Amplify is very oriented toward communication department in the company. And they have introduced Viva Sales, which is obviously targeting salespeople with some specific feature. Okay, so let's speak a little bit about new way of working today's new work trends. So you might have already seen this slide, which is a good summary of all the way we are able to work nowadays. So there is a possibility to work on the same place or on different place with our colleague, and we can work on the same time, usually at the same time. But if you are a big company with people, for example, in America or in Asia, you know that your colleague can be on different time, obviously. So this makes for a different type of work with another colleague. You can be synchronous together, which is the usual way of working, but nowadays it can be synchronous but apart. So not sometimes it's not far. It can be the same country, but two cities away. And the most difficult, I would say, is that you can be asynchronous in the same place or asynchronous in the different place. So it's very important that the tools can help on this for type of working. Teams in itself help people to work together or in a meeting, for example, or asynchronously with putting some message and you wait for your colleague to be able to respond. So Teams in itself is already giving a very cool suite of capabilities to handle all this scenario. But Viva will help more, giving some additional feature. It's interesting. So this is another survey from Microsoft or commissioned by Microsoft. It's important to understand that not all the workers in the company have the same priority or the same stressor, as they say. So it's very different from a remote worker or from first-line worker. So different module can be more adapted to the need of each type of population. If you are interested by some studies and some I would say, overview of what is going on in terms of new trends of working. This site from Microsoft is very good because something like every 6 months they publish a new study about the new way of working in the whole world. So usually there are some studies from Europe, from America, and from Asia. So it's very interesting, and they compare it. So it's interesting to see if we, for example, in Europe, we are on the same trend as in the US, or sometimes it's different, but sometimes it's the same, similar, and compared with Asia as well. So that's a good resource for everything on this. If you go back to the Teams, as I said, Teams is the backbone for Viva. And if we think about it, Teams today, are you using Teams a lot in your company? Okay.
Yeah, of course.
That's a good start for Viva. In fact, Teams provide us with three big type of usage. The first one is communication, so you can communicate in different ways with your colleagues. But as I usually say, it's not enough. To be really effective, you should the teams in Teams to really collaborate effectively with your colleagues. And the third usage is obviously business process in the company, or so Teams can be used as a platform for business process and employee experience. So this is this part of Teams that we will detail. And every Viva module can be showed up in this bar, in the left bar. So it's on the right on my screen, but on your Teams, you know, it's there. Another very important thing about a new way of working, Microsoft is introducing a lot of virtual reality in many ways. At Ignite, they have announced, not really announced, but they have displayed some preview of what can be the future of working. Probably not in 6 months, but maybe in let's say a few years in front of us. So we should be prepared for all this modification. This is a virtual reality meeting. We can expect once again to see it in the coming years. These are some screenshots about a typical virtual space. And why is it connected to Viva? This is because this will change definitely the way of people and how they work and how they can handle all their work. Avatar is a very important addition to what we can see today. Do you have Avatar already in your environment? No, not yet. Do you have Office 365 E5 or Microsoft 365 E5? So you should be able to access the avatar module.
It's not.
It's not in Office 365, but it's in Microsoft 365. Yeah. So you should be able to try it at least if you are interested. So the third part of the presentation. Yes. You want to try avatar already? Okay. I understand it's like. So in this third part, I will try to focus on each module and give you some screenshot and explanation about each module. So it's very an overview, but it can be, I think, very interesting. So I am asking as well some interaction with you, so I am asking some questions. This is a typical statistic we can get. So more than half of the remote workers are worried about being left out in person. So which type of module do you think can help in Viva to solve this type of problem? The idea? People need more communication, so that's the idea. So, for example, Viva Connection will help or can help because it provides a central place where people can go for getting information. And Viva Engage as well. So you said you have Viva Engage. Do you use it quite well, or do you think it's not very useful? Not so often. Not so often. Okay. In fact, I think Viva Engage can be interesting for, I would say, a brainstorming type of discussion, or you get a question, very open question. It can help if this is more production-oriented teams. Is much better and most useful. So, what is Viva Connection? In Ignite, starting at Ignite, so a few months ago, they have introduced this, let's call it the homepage of Viva. So this is, in fact, Viva Connection, they call it home experience. Is no, so it has changed. It was a big change because at some point, at the beginning of Viva Connection, it was only displaying a SharePoint page, homepage of the intranet. But at this point, they have introduced the home experience. So this is a place where you can get all the access to all the modules you have paid for, of course. So if you have paid only for 3 modules, you will see only the 3 modules. And on the top right of your screen, you can get access to the home page of your intranet. So there is a little icon just below the yellow, which gives you access to the intranet. So the point is that now we have a sort of home page in Viva. They have also introduced people in Viva, which is a way to display people interaction, like the hierarchy of the company, and some information coming from Viva goals, for example, and the role, and you will get some very interesting information of which people are in the office today, for example, because they have also introduced, I'm not sure you have seen it already, a way in the Viva profile, you have the capability to say, I am at the office today or I'm not. And this information will show up, for example, in this display. So we will be able to see, okay, from my team, maybe 3 people among 5 are today at the office. So it can be interesting to have this display. This is Viva Engage. So Viva Engage is basically Yammer. So if you have been using Yammer, you know what is Viva Engage. But it is once again inside the Teams, and they have added some. They have started to add some very dedicated Viva Engage capabilities, like answers, which is a module to be able to push a question to the whole company and to get answer and to put some best answer in top of the question and things like that. They have also introduced what they call leadership corner. So leadership corner is obviously a place for the leadership part of the company to publish their way of seeing the evolution of business, but maybe also some personal sharing, if they want. Beyond that, you have analytics. So they have added a great number of new analytics to know what is going on, for example, the team sentiment of the people in the organization. This is a very first overview of Copilot. So there is an addition, Copilot for Viva Engage. And it makes great sense to have this embed at this place because, as you know, Copilot, which is like ChatGPT, is really able to create some new text, generating text. If you give, I want a text explaining why I want to buy a new company, for example. In Viva Engage, you will have access to this panel. You can say here, for example, generate me this type of text for my company in the context of my company. So it can bring some photo already in the intranet, and it can propose a new type of message. So that can be very interesting. At least for the manager, less work for the manager to or the communication department to generate this type of text. This was the roadmap in Ignite. So I will not detail everything, but just to say that making more and more improvement into connection, especially, and Engage. And they have, at this time, announced the Amplify preview. But as far as I know, Amplify is not yet there. I've not been able to test it really. So this is just a few screenshots showing how you can create some message and publish it on the 4 channel as I mentioned. So as I said, once again, because it's going quickly. So you create a message. Okay, no, I don't want. Where is yeah, so you create one message and you choose the channel you want to use, and then you create the message in itself. So that's basically what is Amplify. As I said, very interesting, but very oriented toward communication department. Okay, so these are very interesting. Screenshot is that you can ask an approval request. So, for example, the communication department can prepare the message, and the big boss can approve. Are you okay? I am okay with that, or he can ask some change in it. So. Okay, so this was connection. Another interesting statistic, people spend a lot of time in their day or in their weeks to search or even recreate information. So what module can help on this? Do you have any topics? Very good. So topics is basic. Did you already use topics or did you try?
We are trying it right now.
Yeah, yeah. Are you feeling good or so-so?
Well, for the first, it's okay.
Yeah.
But now, yeah, we just have to test it.
Yeah.
More.
In fact, the point around topics is that you need basically to have a big set of documents and information. So you are a big company, so I think it can be good in your environment. For me, for example, I have a small company with 20, 30 people, and we have tried really didn't detect so much interesting topic. So they say they need something like more than, I think it's 50,000 documents to start to give some interesting results. So if you are too small, topics will not detect. Sorry?
That's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. So what is topics? It's scanning all your Office 365 SharePoint space, and it's trying to detect what they call a topic, obviously. And it's the administrator page. So on this administrator page, you can see that topic has detected Albert's suggested topic, Albert's graphic design, reskill, Northwind. It can be name of project, it can be name of product, it can be name of everything that is showing up in several places in the company, like the intranet, like document, like PowerPoint, things like that. And the idea is to create a page dedicated to each Office topic. So interesting thing is that a human, so this was generated by AI, but a human is managing what is a good topic and what is not relevant. So if you are not interested by this one, for example, okay, you remove it and that's it. Here, for example, we have generated the reskill page. So this is technically a very simple SharePoint page. Generated by AI, but the admin can edit, or every people who gives you give the right of the people you want to, they can edit the page, but this is a very good start. As I said, you should see it as a sort of a Wikipedia for the enterprise, or Infopedia. The idea is to get a view of important things in the company, like project, for example. So if you have many people and you are hiring new people every time, it's interesting for new people to be able to go to some place on the internet, like this type of site, and then get information of all the project. Because in any company, you have your own set of word that can be used a lot of in the day, but not really defined somewhere. So this type of page are all the same. So you have a name, you have a description, once again generated, but you can change it. Suggested people, so these are important contributor to this topic. So that's very interesting, because in any company, it's better than to know what is produced. It's better to know who is managing this project, or who are the best person to answer a question. Then you get a list of what the AI think it's relevant topics, but relevant documents. So you can add it, you can remove some of them. So that's very interesting. You get a very visual visualization like that about the connection of this page with other pages. So for example, here we can see that the construction operation reliability page is connecting with the market, with project store and geothermal and so on. So this is really like in Wikipedia, when you click on when you are on one page, you can click on the other one and go like that. Yeah, any question on the topic? Other statistics, interesting. CEOs think, okay, I might don't have the issues of skills in my workforce, and I will not be able to grow in the future of my company. But at the same time, employees don't have, they only have 1% of their work week to focus on learning new skills. So that can be a challenge. So obviously, Microsoft Viva Learning is there to try to help people, to give them a new way to learn some basic stuff, or basic or more complex stuff. So are you using learning already?
In trial version.
Yeah.
Just for trying.
And did you add some specific content, or only the basic content provided by Microsoft? And
well, actually, we tried to connect our SharePoint, but it didn't work out. But we already booked a session with the other guy who we're learning this morning, I think.
Yeah.
And we'll check it out, because it didn't work. We don't know what went wrong.
Okay. Okay, we tried it on our own environment, and it's not obvious because it can take something like up to 1 day before it is scanned and
Yeah, but it takes already 4 weeks or
Yeah.
8 months.
So probably you are missing, maybe you are missing some points.
Yeah,
but it works. It should work. Okay, but that's interesting to have your own content based on what you need in your company. So this is basically the home page for learning. And here you have a proposal of four modules I can learn, so that's my learning. And that's it. So in fact, if you have added so by default, as you probably know, we have LinkedIn and Microsoft documentation modules, and you can add your own SharePoint video on your environment. That's a great stat about if people can't learn, at some point they will leave the company. So it depends of the level of, it depends of type of people, old people or younger people, but at some point, a lot of people will leave the company. So that's very important to focus on giving some interesting learning. Okay, let's go quickly. So Viva Insight is there to help improve productivity, and the important thing is that a lot of people feel exhausted, feel overworked. So Viva is trying to help in this area. So we have 4 modules or 4 tabs in Viva Insight, the home page with some cool stuff about break, take a break, focus, and things like that. Well-being. So what is very interesting about Insight is try to give you some way to manage your well-being, or way to improve your way of working based on the statistics. So for example, if you take too much meeting at some point, so I think it's the next module, you will say, okay, you have too many meetings in the last 2 weeks. Maybe you can add in your agenda some place where the time will be taken for you and for making your job and not being in a meeting. So that's the very interesting thing. At the opposite, I don't know in Germany, but in France sometimes it can be seen as okay, someone is looking at what I am doing, and I don't want people.
Yes, that's Germany. Yeah.
So I think it's very American in their way of doing it, but you have to see. The last option is teamwork. So it's interesting to have a view of who the people you are working the most with. Here, for example, it's very empty because it's based on my aMS environment. So I have not so much information in it. But interesting thing is that Hans Hans Builder is the best collaborator, because in this environment I have been working with Hans to organize this event. So that's a cool thing I can see. Interesting thing is that they have introduced a new super module on top of Insight. Insight is very dedicated to me as an employee. How can I get some information about my activity? But Glint will give you an overview of the whole company and try to summarize and to give a broader view of all the employees in the enterprise. Developers is more a way for manager, as I said, to put some survey, and the survey has pre-created for you. So you have many templates, in fact. So basically, technically speaking, it's like forms. So it's a very simple way to ask some question. But yes, you have it here. For the manager, it can be challenging to take time to ask my team, do you feel good? Are you okay? Etc. So Vitapulse is proposing 6 types of templates to to best summarize the team success, how do you feel with hybrid work, with change management. So that's interesting that this tool provides some predefined stuff. And the idea is also to ask several times, because the problem is not how do you feel today, but to see in 6 months, do you feel better or do you feel worse? So that's the evolution which is most important, I think. Another interesting statistic, productivity paranoia. So leaders say, okay, I don't think my team is very productive. And employees think they are very productive at work, so who knows? In fact, very interesting is that only 39% of practitioners understand the goals of the organization. So the Viva Goals is trying to help, and I think it's a very good solution. In fact, it was a product created by another company, and Microsoft bought it. Did you already try Viva Goals?
And test.
Yeah.
We're testing everything.
That's
But
okay.
we're selling it, so we are not just using it, we're
Yeah.
also selling it to
Yeah.
our customers, so that's why we
Okay, so you.
check out those things.
Yeah. And what type of company? What do you want
IT.
to say? IT. Yeah. So you are a big consulting company. Okay. So that can definitely be very interesting for your customer, but you're inside your company as well. The idea is to say, okay, any company, big or small, has some big view of where it should be in 1 year or in 2 years or 3 years, and they have big target like becoming a big company in this space, or be recognized as a cool place to work, or increase profitability, which can be interesting from the company point of view, I mean. And the idea is to define a more targeted view of these big goals for example, the product department, the marketing department. So this is what is very interesting in this solution, is that you can bring, and we can go deeper and deeper. We can make some refinement and more very useful goals for each part of the company. So for example, here, if you are in the infrastructure part, you understand why reducing the latency by 10% can be very important for the whole company. So that's the idea. You make a small goal, and sometimes, okay, if you take it like it, okay, why should I work on this, or why should we deliver a new feature? But if we understand, it's very important for the whole company. It can be really interesting and help people to feel better. So for every goals, you define the status. You can go at any time and see, okay, on this status we are okay, on this one we are a little bit challenged, and at this one it's a problem. You have a number, you have an owner, and you have a due date. Yes. So okay. This is Copilot, so they have announced Copilot for Viva Goals. The idea around Copilot for Viva Goals is to be able to create these goals. So it can be, because if you do it by yourself, it can be challenging. And Copilot will propose you, okay, you can propose me from a document 3 goals that can help my company to go in the good direction. So here we have, he has generated this from a Word document. Yeah. This is another view of the goal, so a more graphical, hierarchical view of the goals, but that's the same information, I would say. Here you have the details of for each goal. You can put it by hand, update it by hand, or you can connect it to, for example, Excel spreadsheet or another system. There are many integration going on. For example, Dynamics or even Salesforce or something like that. You have the history of the number, which can be great. And obviously, the interest is to share these goals. So you get a URL and you can share this goal directly into Teams for a discussion with your team. This is going well, or this is going bad, why, things like that. This is another example of a goal result. So here you have a manager asking, can you update this information if this is needed? So as I said, the roadmap is clear. They want to integrate many stuff. Coming soon is Planner, Project, Dynamics. They have already integrated Azure DevOps, Power BI.
Planner is not even integrated now.
This was from November, so this roadmap is from November. So
and Planner is now integrated today?
I don't think so. I should check. You have seen it?
No.
No.
I've seen it in another session.
Yeah,
but it's quite new.
Yeah, probably. It was announced in November, so it's either already done or sometimes it can take. But
in Dynamics?
I don't know.
No, we should check because it was announced. Okay, we have almost finished. And the last module is Viva Sales, which is to give some insight to the salesperson. Here we have some type of information that can display details about a customer directly into a conversation in Teams. This is the idea of Viva Sales. Here we have another option. For example, he has detected some information about a customer directly into a meeting. So this is connecting with what they propose with a Copilot in Teams meeting. And here we have an interesting screenshot saying, okay, we can connect Viva Sales with Dynamics, which is quite obvious, but also with Salesforce, which is probably more interesting for Salesforce customers. And the idea is to have a panel like that. Here it's in Outlook with all information about my contacts, so I can update and contact this type of people. Okay, conclusion. So pricing, it can be seen as expensive or not. My point is that every module is around, so in this screenshot it is dollar, but it's similar in euro, but every module is around $4, and except Viva Sales, which is 10 times the price, so it's $40 per user per month. Viva Goals is 6, so it's a little bit more expensive, and Glint is also a little bit more expensive.
And Glint is available already?
Yes, Glint is. And the point is that, in fact, if you take 3 modules, it's better to buy the whole stuff. So if you need only 1 or 2 modules, it's less expensive to buy 1 or 2 modules directly. But at some point, if you want more than 3 modules, it's better to buy the whole stuff. Okay, that's it. Vielen Dank, and your feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Un peu débordé. Fini là-bas?
Tu es le dernier, tu es 10 minutes en retard.
I'm the
Est-ce que tu voulais qu'on end le broadcast?